Chapter 2041 Meeting. Perhaps because the distance was too great, or perhaps because the array formation of the 1,000-mile heartlink had broken apart too much, it was difficult to transmit a complete sound. There were only some blurry syllables. But, no matter how blurry these sounds were, they were loud and clear enough to ring through the minds of all present. Listening to this unforgettable voice that was carved into her bones, a voice that she only heard in her dreams, Xiao Moxin couldn't stand it any longer. She burst into tears. Lin Ming. Mu Qianyu's body weakened and she fell onto the obsidian table. She gently touched the 1,000-mile heartlink, her mind shaking. This man who haunted her dreams, he was still alive. Through countless sorrows, through countless tribulations, through nearly 7,000 years across the endless river of time, they had come to this wild and strange land, withstanding loneliness, despair, slaughter, sacrifice, and death. And now, all of these tribulations and grievances turned into boiling hot tears that recklessly flowed down. He had returned. And because of his return, nothing else mattered anymore. This was the dawn that came after a long night, the warm spring that came after an endless winter. As long as he was in this world, all the cold and darkness seemed to fade far away. Big Brother really returned. Qin Xingxuan and Lin Xiaoge found it hard to restrain their emotions. They hugged, supporting each other. Tears flowed out, dried, and then repeated once more. No one knew just how many emotions and thoughts were contained in these tears. He is my father. Lin Huang looked at the projection image, his body quietly shaking. This was the man who made him feel pride and glory? This was the man who had left an indelible mark on his life, and today, he had appeared before Lin Huang. Lin Huang felt as if all of this was an illusion. This was the man who had given him his life, the man who had given him his unparalleled talent. This was the man who had saved humanity. When humanity was in a dire and hopeless situation, he had found the way to enter the wild universe, giving humanity a moment of reprieve. Lin Huang had listened to tales of his father growing up. When he saw the various rulers of humanity, they would always touch his head and say, "You must grow well and become a man like your father was." His father was a hero, the man he respected most in his life, and also the one goal he had to surpass. No matter how high this goal was. His father's life was too brilliant, too dazzling, so blinding that he eclipsed anyone standing near him. As his son, Lin Huang had immeasurable attention focused on him since he was born. But as he was saddled with the mantle of his father's pride, he also had to withstand an even greater pressure. For all these years, he had worked hard, pushing himself to his limits. He started washing his bones at a mere 3 years of age. He used medicinal solutions to temper his immature body, withstanding the pain that racked him. After growing up a little, he left the city to develop the virgin lands. He ventured into the wild forests, cultivating, training, exploring, engaging in slaughter with vicious beasts. He withstood the loneliness of seclusion. He studied transcendent divine mights, studied fighting, studied murder. He used every moment to temper himself, forcing himself forwards. No one knew how much blood he bled, how much sweat sprinkled to the ground. In his life, no one knew how much pressure he bore because he never spoke of it, not even to his mother. In front of Xiao Moxian, he was forever her kind and caring son. He comforted her, trying his best to share the burden on her shoulders. Sometimes, late into the night, he would take out his father's portrait from his spatial ring and meditate as he faced this portrait alone. Like a wild animal in an uninhabited cave, quietly licking their wounds. And through these endless nights and days, Lin Huang became increasingly strong. He became the rising star of humanity, the goal that many young juniors chased after. Perhaps the reason he mercilessly pushed himself forwards was because subconsciously, he wanted people to say, he is truly worthy of being Lin Ming's son. Because he did not want to disgrace this pride. And today, his father had finally returned. Not only had he not died, he had come back far more powerful. His return was originally a miracle. But, he was someone who was forever creating new miracles. Pa! The thousand-mile heart link shattered. The last motes of light in the array formation darkened and vanished, leaving behind nothing but the beating candlelight in the room. Xiao Moxian took a deep breath and dried her tears. From this moment, she no longer felt fear or grief. Because of him, this world was only filled with unending warm light. At this time, far from Nu Ming planet, Lin Ming opened his eyes from meditation. He stood alone above rivers and mountains, looking at the blue clouds slowly crawling over the skies. As he gazed down upon the vast wild land beneath him, the corners of his eyes had become wet. In truth, he had once thought that Xiao Moxian might use the thousand-mile heart link to contact him. After entering the wild universe, all sound transmission marks had been replaced. Only his soul mark in the thousand-mile heart link would be able to find him. But the thousand-mile heart link had been attuned to Xiao Moxian and only she could use it. And after such a long time had passed, Lin Ming even suspected that the thousand-mile heart link had broken apart. But today, during the last time that the thousand-mile heart link could be used, in a situation where it couldn't even transmit a complete sound, in that brief moment, Xiao Moxian had used her own soul as the medium and had transmitted all the thoughts of everyone in the room to Lin Ming. Without words, those thoughts contained incomparably blazing emotions. These emotions had passed on everything that was needed to Lin Ming. His family was there. He had a son. Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, Lin Shouge, they were all safe and well. They were there, waiting for him to return. After nearly 7,000 years, besides his first reincarnation that he spent with his parents, he had spent the rest of the time alone, withstanding the solitude. But now he had found his family. To feel the concern of others was a wonderful feeling. In the transmission just now, Lin Ming had sensed the general position of Xiao Moxian's soul mark as it flashed. In that endless starry skies, he had already locked onto the approximate star territory. With the incredible intensity of his divine sense, as long as he knew which star territory it was, wanting to find Xiao Moxian wouldn't be difficult. As for Nu Ming planet, Lin Ming had already finished dealing with it. Before he attacked, he had used an array formation to seal up the planet. After he began his cleansing, no one was able to escape. All of the saints had been dug out and dealt with by Lin Ming. Now, news would not flow out from this area for a long time. The saints would take some time before they could respond. They would first suspect there was an accident and then send people here to investigate. As it stood, Lin Ming didn't need to worry that the good fortune saint's son would retaliate by sending out troops to destroy Nu Ming planet. However, in order to be safe, Lin Ming left behind a transmission array here as well as a squad of the Legion of Famine. If an accident occurred, they would immediately notify him and he would be able to return in a short period of time. Lin Ming shot up into the skies, flying faster the more he flew. In the blink of an eye he soared into the vast starry space. Behind him, Primordius' heavenly palace revolved as it appeared. Lin Ming's figure sank into it. "Congratulations, Master, you have found your family." Fairy Blue Lotus soon learned of what happened and smiled in congratulations. The good fortune saint's son should also be near Master's family. As long as Master goes there, then finding the good fortune saint's son will be easier than taking candy from a child. Lin Ming smiled. In nearly 7,000 years, he had never smiled so brightly. Primordius' heavenly palace soon sank into the void, rapidly shuttling towards the direction that Xiao Moxian was in. Lin Ming was already burning with impatience. He wished he could quickly return to the site of his family. On this day, within the dark nebula, Xiao Moxian's base was seething with excitement. News of Lin Ming's return hadn't been announced. But what people knew was that a great battle had been successfully and decisively won at Nu Ming planet, and some peerless powerhouse would soon come to the Hidden Dragon Galaxy to join them. There was no news more uplifting than this. At the very least, the problem with Nu Ming planet had been solved, so there wouldn't be any extra concerns. They wouldn't need to worry about the good fortune saint's son using the planet as a threat. It had to be known that some of the citizens of Nu Ming planet were inextricably related to the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace. Some of them were even family members. Xiao Moxian started to bathe early and freshen up her looks. She took off her armor and put on a grand and luxurious black dress. As she meticulously combed her hair, she carefully coiled it up and then inserted a phoenix hairpin. After dressing up, Xiao Moxian was like a beauty from a painting. Similarly, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were also readying themselves in the bronze mirror. They dressed and applied makeup for a full hour, each one helping the other. Since the last time they saw Lin Ming and all the struggles that happened afterwards, they couldn't remember when they last spent so much time carefully dressing up. The two women carefully inspected each other, even straightening up the other's hairpin if it was slightly skewed. They happily did all of this. Their hearts had already been filled with happiness. After they finished, Xiao Moxian passed down orders to prepare a banquet to receive Lin Ming. But when the banquet was only half prepared, the concealing array formation of their base quietly trembled. Xiao Moxian looked up and saw a giant black fortress break through the void, appearing on the horizon like a towering mountain. As the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace saw this castle, they were all stunned. By this time, all sorts of feelings swelled up within Xiao Moxian and tears shined in her eyes. Even though this black fortress had changed appearance, she was still able to recognize that this was Primordius' heavenly palace. In the past, when Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were forced into God-burying Ridge by Tian Mingzi without a way out, in that moment of life or death within the Primordius' heavenly palace, Xiao Moxian had gathered her courage to abandon the shackles of her family and race, giving herself to Lin Ming. To Xiao Moxian, Primordius' heavenly palace held far too much meaning. At this moment, in the midst of their struggles, Xiao Moxian rejoiced that she made the decision she did in the past. As Primordius' heavenly palace steadily came to a stop, Xiao Moxian could no longer stand still and flew into the air. In the distance she could see a black-clothed man standing atop Primordius' heavenly palace, smiling as he looked down at her. Against the dark and starry skies, the sharp and distinct edges of his face, his star-bright eyes, his outstanding appearance, everything became an image that was marked for eternity. Chapter 2042, Bloodline Connection. Right after Xiao Moxian flew up, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and Lin Shouge all flew towards Primordius' heavenly palace. Atop the palace walls, the women looked towards Lin Ming, their eyes flowing with tears. They threw themselves into his arms. He tightly held on to them. At this time, all tribulations, all grievances, all the pain and sorrow they suffered was burned away in this moment of happiness. No one spoke because there were no words that needed to be said. Their hearts had become one and they could clearly feel the innermost feelings of each other. Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, and Qin Xingxuan were like fish while Lin Ming was like water. Their lives were linked together, unable to be separated. Lin Ming held on to them for a long time before slowly separating. He carefully wiped away the tears that fell down each woman's face and said in a soft voice, "You have all suffered hardships." More tears fell. Mu Qianyu said, "In these past years it has been little sister Xiener supporting us." I understand." Lin Ming gently stroked Xiao Moxian's cheek. She had abandoned her own race to follow him, but soon after he had disappeared and everyone had assumed he had died. Thus, Xiao Moxian and her unborn child had arrived at the wild universe without him. Facing the great wilderness and the covetous gaze of the saints, the burden she had to endure could be imagined. As he thought back to that innocent and strangely eccentric young girl, that image still reverberated in Lin Ming's heart. The Xiao Moxian of that time had been filled with happiness and perpetual joy. Step by step, she had walked to where she was today. From a naive young girl she had become an empyrean of humanity who carried the lives of several dozen billion subjects on her shoulders, helping and propping up the fate of the human race. Such a gradual transformation left Lin Ming even more in love with her. Lin Ming pulled Xiao Moxian's hand and tightly held onto her. He gently kissed her forehead and then bent down to whisper in her ear, "With me here, everything will be fine again." As these words fell onto Xiao Moxian's ears, she felt her heart ache. Emotions surged in her like a raging sea. Yes. No matter where it was or when it was, no matter how difficult the situation was, as long as he was here he would use his broad shoulders to prop up the heavens for them. In the past, within the Azura Road, she and Lin Ming had faced the pursuit of Tian Mingzi. After returning from the Azura Road, she had to face the surprise of her unborn child, the marriage proposal of the good fortune Saint's son, as well as the rage of Empyrean Demon Dawn. And beyond that, when the great calamity of humanity erupted ahead of time and when almost all Empyreans felt the situation was hopeless. It was him. It was he who had faced all of this without turning back, who had faced all of this without hesitation. Leaving behind only the image of his back, he silently shouldered the responsibility, experiencing unimaginable difficulties and tribulations before finally creating a miracle and changing everything. Time and time again he had made the impossible possible, writing his own legend as he lived. He was a man who she could always feel peace of mind to stand behind. Xiao Moxian knew that she could never leave him. Every inch of her flesh, every drop of her blood, her entire soul, everything she was belonged to him. Yur Xingxuan, Lin Ming hugged Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan into his chest, feeling their hearts beat in tandem, feeling their breath against him. Originally, these two women should have remained safely in the lower realms. Although they wouldn't live overly grand lives, they would still live lives that all mortals would envy. However, they had been caught in the great stormy war between the saints and humanity and were forced to drift in desolate loneliness for thousands of years. Lin Ming felt that he had been unfair to the both of them. Secretly he firmed his resolve that these two women would never be harmed in any way again. And finally, Lin Xiaoge. He traced and patted her head. His parents had already passed away. Although he had been at the side of his parents, protecting them until the end of their lives and finally seeing them leave with smiles on their face, Lin Xiaoge had actually never managed to see her parents one final time. This would inevitably be a regret deep in her heart. Xiaoge, you've grown up. After nearly 7,000 years, Lin Ming said the exact same words he said to her so long ago. The first time he said these words was when he returned to the Skyspill continent and saw Lin Xiaoge suppress her rivals at the martial arts meeting, winning the crown of champion. At that time, Lin Xiaoge had been in her prime. She had a beautiful figure and the vitality of a youth. When Lin Ming had said she had grown up then, he had been referring to her physical maturity. But this time, Lin Ming was referring to the evolution of her mind. After experiencing tribulations for thousands of years, even a carefree person would grow up. Big brother, I'm doing well. Lin Xiaoge grabbed Lin Ming's hand and firmly hugged him, her actions speaking louder than words. The brother and sister separated after some time. Lin Xiaoge looked at Lin Ming and said, "Big brother, do you know what happened to our parents? I have been in the wild universe all these years, so I never had a chance to return to the Skyspill continent and see them." Lin Ming sighed. He shook his head and said, "I'll tell you everything that happened later." Seeing Lin Ming's eyes, Lin Xiaoge was startled, as if she suddenly realized something. She slowly nodded. In truth, when she asked this question she had already faintly guessed the answer. It was impossible for her parents to live for such a long time. And at this time, Lin Ming looked at the approaching Lin Huang. The first time that Lin Ming saw Lin Huang, he could feel a faint bloodline connection from his body. Even without Xiao Moxian explaining things to him, he could still guess that this was his child. As Lin Huang saw his father turn and regard him, he was a bit wary. To Lin Huang, his father was the god in his heart, and the person he respected and worshipped the most. Now that he actually met his father, his heart began to speed up. He tidied his robes and stepped forwards. Then, he kneeled before Lin Ming and deeply bowed in obeisance. Child Lin Huang greets father. Lin Ming received this bow. Then, he stretched out his hands to help Lin Huang up. With this touch, Lin Huang could feel just how strong his father was. In fact, this couldn't be called helping him up, but pressing him down. This was a strength greater than that of any ancient wild beast Lin Huang had ever encountered. It was like a 100,000-foot tall mountain pushing down on his body. Lin Huang was shocked. Then, he immediately began summoning strength to resist his father's pressure. He knew that his father was testing him. Ka 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 ka. Lin Huang's body and joints began to emit explosive cracking sounds. Xiao Moxian was startled to see this. Although she was a bit worried, she didn't stop them. Lin Huang gasped, his breath coming in heaves. His forehead dripped with beads of sweat. Finally, he forcefully lifted Lin Ming's hand and stood up. Good. Lin Ming said a single word of praise, a strange light flashing in his eyes. In Lin Ming's eyes, the invasion of the saints was bitter distress for Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, Xiao Moxian, and Lin Shouge. Lin Ming didn't want them to suffer any tribulation or injury. But to Lin Huang, his own son, this was a time to temper himself. Without being by his side for these 6,000 some years, Lin Ming was looking forwards to seeing just how Lin Huang had grown. Tonight, I will test your strength here. Lin Huang was stunned. He didn't think that during the first time he met his father, the words his father would say to him were that he wanted to test his strength. However, these words caused Lin Huang to slowly stir with excitement. To fight with the father he respected most in his life was also what he anticipated. You just came back and now you want to fight with your son? Xiao Moxian muttered, a bit begrudgingly. Although Lin Huang was strong, up until now he had lacked fatherly love. Lin Huang was like a little wolf growing up, lonely, cold, and proud. He had incredibly high standards that he set for himself. Although he seemed strong on the outside, the truth was that his innermost feelings were quite fragile. Xiao Moxian hoped that after Lin Ming returned, he would take good care of Lin Huang and show him the love that he had missed. However, the way that Lin Ming cared for Lin Huang was completely different from what she had thought. Mother, allow me to fight father. Lin Huang's eyes flashed. Xiao Moxian looked at Lin Huang's eyes and was startled. She immediately understood what he wanted. Lin Huang was born with overflowing talent, but he had never been complacent or satisfied with himself. He had worked harder than anyone else. He had to use his own achievements to win the recognition and praise of others. Because he could not bring disgrace to his father's honor. But even all the praise he had ever received added up could not compare with the praise that came from Lin Ming's mouth. Today, he wanted to personally obtain praise and affirmation from his father. News of Lin Ming's return soon spread throughout the entire Demon Fairy Palace. Lin Ming no longer concealed his identity, because he knew that after he appeared again and again, no matter if it were the saints or humans, they would have approximately guessed his identity. There was no meaning in continuing to hide who he was. Humanity worshipped Lin Ming. And if one had to think of a group of people that worshipped Lin Ming the most, then that would absolutely be those of Demon Fairy Palace and New Ming Planet. As it was confirmed that the Black Fortress that appeared in the skies was Lin Ming's heavenly palace, the entire Demon Fairy Palace went crazy with celebration. To New Ming Planet or to Demon Fairy Palace, the name Lin Ming contained far too much meaning. Afterwards they learned that Lin Ming had saved New Ming Planet recently. And not just that, but in the process they also learned that Lin Ming, with his own strength, had destroyed 2 great saint legions. And before that he had even defeated the Legion of Famine. This left the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace roiling with jubilation. After being chased down by the saints for dozens of years, they thirsted for a victory. They were fed up with the days of hiding like rats. They were willing to exchange their lives for a great and hearty victory. Lin Ming! Lin Ming! Everyone shouted out Lin Ming's name, their voices echoing like ocean waves, reaching into the nebula. They leapt in joy, running around to spread the news. Their hero had returned. When Lin Ming opened up a path to the wild universe and saved humanity, he had only been at the Holy Lord realm. But now he could easily strike down Empyreans. If so, then he would surely be able to lead their Demon Fairy Palace to charge out of the Hidden Dragon Galaxy and rule the world once more. In their gloomy lives filled with despair, they finally saw the eternal lighthouse shining in the horizon. That light left them intoxicated with dreams. Many people gathered in front of Primordius' heavenly palace, loudly chanting Lin Ming's name and chanting humanity forever. It was difficult for anyone to restrain themselves from shouting this. "Brother Lin, the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace all want to see you," Xiao Maxian said. "I understand." Lin Ming smiled and stood up, walking into the square in front of Primordius' heavenly palace. Chapter 2043, Desire. Seeing Lin Ming appear, the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace became even more frenzied. They cried out from the depths of their hearts, their shouts sounding out into the highest heavens. In the darkest times of the human race, what they needed were heroes, what they needed was motivation. "Sage Lin, will you lead us to battle?" someone asked from the crowd. This question quieted the raucous disciples of Demon Fairy Palace. Yes, they wanted to fight. They were sick of these days of hiding in little holes. Everyone looked at Lin Ming with bright burning eyes. At this time, their eyes were also filled with hope. Everyone. Lin Ming stepped onto the front wall of the square before Primordius' heavenly palace. As he looked down below at the numerous disciples of Demon Fairy Palace, his voice was grave and earnest. Everyone's ears rose to attention. For a time, the entire square fell silent. Did you know that 3.6 billion years ago, humanity once encountered another great calamity? Lin Ming's words left the martial artists present stunned. They thought that Lin Ming would speak some emotional words that would impassion them all, but they didn't think this would be the first thing he mentioned. "We know." Many people loudly shouted out in reply. "Very good. I also know of this great calamity, and what I know is much clearer than what you all know." Lin Ming seemed to fall into deep recollection. He looked at the vast sea of human martial artists before him and the swirling black nebula above. After a long period of silence, he finally opened his mouth and slowly said, 3.6 billion years ago, humanity was the same as it was today, facing a saint race that was several times more formidable. They had to face famine in its peak state as well as Saint Empyreans and Saint True Divinities that were multiple times greater in number. The difference in strength was too great and humanity had no chance of winning. Through any logical reasoning, the only conclusion that could be made is that they would be annihilated and reduced to slaves. However, that war was one humanity won. Do you know what it was they relied on to win? Lin Ming's question left the crowd dazed. Although they knew that humanity had also suffered a great calamity 3.6 billion years ago, the problem was that far too much time had passed and too many great influences had been destroyed, thus a great portion of history had been lost. They only knew that Empyrean Divine Seal had led the warriors of humanity to win that great war, but as for the exact details of how, they weren't sure. For a race to stand tall in the 33 heavens, for a race to possess their own territory, for a race to have sovereignty, to have freedom, they must have great strength or their own bravery. The bravery of a race is that intangible desire condensed from the bloodline of the people, the power to fight for their dignity. 3.6 billion years ago, humanity knew that their strength was far surpassed by the saints, but they were not afraid. Empyrean Divine Seal led the troops from the Divine Seal altar. 200 Empyreans, 200 god beasts, several million holy lords. With holy lords as soldiers, with Empyreans as generals, all of humanity joined forces to engage in slaughter with the saints. Finally, Empyrean Divine Seal brought numerous great hosts of humanity to voluntarily burn even their own lives to lay down a great array formation and seal away famine's soul. In that great war, nearly all the Empyreans, world kings, and holy lords of humanity died in battle. The great martial arts civilization of humanity declined. Our inheritances were cut off, and in order to redevelop all of this, endless effort needed to be paid. However, this was all worth it, because we preserved our dignity. Lin Ming said these last words clearly and without hurry. The entire audience was completely silent. The tens of thousands of disciples stood in the square or floated in the skies, respectfully listening. Their faces were filled with sullen respect and reverence. Because of the sacrifices our seniors made, we do not need to live like slaves. We have our own martial arts civilization, and although it is not the best, it is still ours. We have our own territory, our own homeland, and even though we only possess a single heaven, we can still develop and restart from the beginning. However, as we truly began to develop and our martial arts civilization began to grow bright once more, the saints returned yet again. And this time, their ambitions were even greater. Step by step, they want to gradually take control of the 33 heavens. Their leader, the good fortune Saint Sovereign, wishes to merge together with famine and finally swallow up the essence of every race in the 33 heavens, taking a step beyond divinity. He regards the Spiritas as his greatest opponent and our human race as a stepping stone. Yes, just like before two riders meet on the battlefield, they have to feed their horses grass. And our human race has been regarded as this grass. Lin Ming honestly spoke these words. As the martial artists of Demon Fairy Palace heard this, all of them began to stir with excitement. Many of them started to breathe heavily, the blood vessels straining in their necks as if they were about to erupt where they were. But as Lin Ming stood on the high platforms of the wall, no one spoke. This was because of their respect towards him. After several breaths of silence, Lin Ming suddenly asked, "Do you all think you are grass to feed horses? They are courting death." A large fellow jumped up, shouting from his lungs. He was one of the ones who had nearly choked on himself in the silence. "Kill them all." Someone took out two great shining axes and began to clash them together. "Fight them to the death. Let's go to those motherfuckers, I've had enough of them." Martial artists all had their own form of bravery, especially when their race had been bullied and suppressed for so long. Whether it was them or their race, at this moment of life or death, they were like kegs of powder, ready to blow up at the tiniest spark. "I don't think so either." Lin Ming said out loud, "Our seniors are more than just Empyrean Divine Seal. There is Empyrean Primordius, who chose to become the incarnation of a demon to fight the saints to the death. There is 3 Lives Old Man, who prolonged his life for 300 million years to wait for the great calamity, and finally sacrificed himself to buy time for the elites of humanity to enter the wild universe. Not just them, but there are numerous Empyreans, world kings, and holy lords that we do not know the names of, as well as even more, countless martial artists of lower cultivation, and beyond them, there is also the common people who die cruel and tragic deaths. They all traded their lives for the chance for us to stand safely here today. Do you think that they did all that just so that we could be grass used to feed horses? We withstood the loneliness of being forced out of our homeland. We entered the wilderness, taking vicious beasts as our neighbors. We slaughtered, fought, honed ourselves, bathed in blood, used every ounce of our strength to crawl our way out from the torn flesh and blood all around us. We tempered our abilities, increased our cultivations, diligently trained, passed through mystic realms, walked the thin line that separates life and death. We are humans, we are part of humanity. We come from the divine realm, and what we want is to return home." As Lin Ming spoke, his voice suddenly rose. The warriors of Demon Fairy Palace erupted in thunderous applause all around him. "We must go home. We'll kill our way back to the divine realm. Exterminate those saint dogs. Humanity forever." Waves of roars resounded through the skies. When the brave blood of a race was lit, they could create a miracle. At this moment, even if an endless mountain of swords were placed in front of these people, they would still rush forwards without hesitation. A troop filled with bravery and blood instinct would be able to erupt with unparalleled combat strength. They would be able to defeat an enemy 10 times more powerful. The tide-like cries continued for a quarter hour without weakening. Warriors all over drew their weapons and pointed them to the skies. Some women covered their faces and wept until they lost their voices. They had to fight their way back. Even if they died in battle, they would bury themselves in the divine realm. Very good. Then, rest for 6 hours. After that, come with me. We will kill our way out. Lin Ming waved his hand and all the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace felt as if they would explode from their emotions. At this time, even if an Empyrean stood before them, they would still rush forwards to fight. Some people already hurriedly flew back to their residences, preparing their pills, weapons, and armor for the battle that was soon to come. They couldn't wait even a moment longer. Who cared about the good fortune saint's son? Even if they weren't his match, they would still die in battle. Brother Lin, Xiao Maxian didn't think that Lin Ming's words would produce such terrifying results. The disciples of Demon Fairy Palace were brave, but if they were to truly frontally engage with the good fortune saint's son, they would still inevitably feel fear. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Are we going to fight the good fortune saint's son? Xiao Maxian asked. When Lin Ming came, Xiao Maxian believed that he would reverse the course of this war and even have the good fortune saint's son suffer great losses. But Xiao Maxian thought that Lin Ming would further consider his plan of action, using methods and tactics to finally defeat the good fortune saint's son. However, she never imagined that after Lin Ming had been at Demon Fairy Palace for such a short period of time, he would take command of the troops and lead them into direct battle with the good fortune saint's son. This was too decisive. Is it a bit too hasty to set out in 6 hours? I thought you would at least eat at the welcoming banquet set out for you before considering how to deal with the good fortune saint's son. Although Xiao Maxian thought marching the forces out now was too hasty, she still allowed Lin Ming to make the decision. This was the unspoken trust she held towards him. Banquet? We will have a banquet, however it will not be a welcoming banquet but a victory banquet. The food and wine has already been prepared. We will fight first and then celebrate our victory. Chapter 2044, The Good Fortune Legion. Hidden Dragon Galaxy, Good Fortune Saint Palace. Within the highest room of the Good Fortune Saint Palace, the Good Fortune Saint's son sat in an opulent chair, frowning. He was agitated. Ever since he learned Lin Ming was still alive, he had been restless, unable to still his mind or heart. On one hand, he had always dreamt of facing Lin Ming and brutally crushing him beneath his feet, severing his limbs and crippling his martial arts before feeding him to famine. Only this would allow the good fortune saint's son to feel truly happy and free, expelling the heart demons of the past. On the other hand, the good fortune saint's son didn't know what cards Lin Ming was hiding in his hand. He inevitably worried about this. It had to be known that over 6,000 years ago, the good fortune saint's son had also once been over-brimming with confidence. He believed that with his then Holy Lord realm cultivation he would be able to easily defeat the divine Lord Lin Ming. However, although the good fortune saint's son thought he could ruin Lin Ming, the result was that he was the one ruined instead. He had been beaten so savagely when he had been full of confidence. And now, the good fortune saint's son didn't know any details about Lin Ming. He couldn't help but be wary this time. The good fortune saint's son had especially sent out troops to research all recent information related to Lin Ming. He had also thoroughly researched all of Lin Ming's recent combat images. The truth was that the good fortune saint's son didn't worry too much about Lin Ming being able to destroy the 2nd and 3rd Saint Legions. In particular, when Lin Ming fought against the 4 Peak Empyreans, the strength he showed was inferior to that of a true divinity. If so, then the good fortune saint's son would have no need to fear him because he possessed the true divinity-level avatar of famine. The avatar of famine was limited by the good fortune saint's son's cultivation and soul, and thus the strength it could display was much lower than it should be, but even so, this strength was far greater than what Lin Ming had revealed. In addition, the good fortune saint's son had the direct troops of the good fortune saint palace under his control. This was his ultimate trump card. What the good fortune saint's son truly worried about was just how Lin Ming managed to annihilate the Legion of Famine. The Legion of Famine consisted of 60,000 holy lords, 2,500 ordinary world kings, 200 great world kings, as well as 4 of the saint generals leading them. There was the wise fairy Blue Lotus as the military strategist, and although the good fortune saint's son wasn't on good terms with her, he couldn't help but acknowledge that she was indeed a fierce character. Besides her, the other 3 saint generals weren't soft melons either. After undergoing the famine body metamorphosis, their strength would multiply, allowing them to kill an Empyrean-level powerhouse. But such a legion of famine had been completely cleared out overnight. From the 4 saint generals to the most ordinary Holy Lord, not a single one managed to live. This matter was far too strange. The good fortune Saint's son guessed that Lin Ming still had cards he hadn't showed yet, and the Legion of Famine had been defeated by one such card. Moreover, when Lin Ming fought the 2nd and 3rd Saint Legions, that Black Fortress had started attacking the Saint Spirit ships on its own, and its striking power had been terrifying. Just this alone caused the good fortune Saint's son to be concerned. Could Lin Ming have some helper that he didn't know of? The good fortune Saint's son first thought of Lin Ming's 3 avatars. Over 6,000 years ago, he had experienced 2 of these 3 avatars himself. They were fierce and formidable avatars, but the good fortune Saint's son found it difficult to believe that these alone could have the Black Fortress display such strength. He had studied the light beams sent out by the Black Fortress for a long time, but he still found it impossible to distinguish the laws contained within these energies. One couldn't blame the good fortune Saint's son for being powerless in this aspect. This was because Lin Ming already expected that he wouldn't be able to fully wipe out the joint Saint Legions. He knew that the scenes of him attacking the Saint Spirit ships using Primordius Heavenly Palace would be recorded. In the case of these attacks, if Lin Ming directly used the Legion of Famine to send out a barrage of attacks from Primordius Heavenly Palace, then the good fortune Saint's son would be able to analyze these attacks and at the very least conclude that they possessed the aura of famine. After all, the good fortune Saint's son controlled the most formidable avatar of famine. If this happened, then Lin Ming's secret ability to control the flesh and blood of famine would be exposed. After the good fortune Saint's son learned of this, he would be on guard and might even flee the wild universe. This was not what Lin Ming wanted. So, Lin Ming had only used the Legion of Famine's energy as a medium. He poured this energy into Primordius Heavenly Palace and the ancient Elysium seal array formation. Then, he used curse seals of the Azura laws and Holy Scripture laws to drive the attack. With these 2 insurance policies, whether it was the Divine Seal array used by the ancient Elysium seal or the 2 great laws utilized by Lin Ming, these were not things that the good fortune Saint's son could understand. With this, if the good fortune Saint's son wanted to analyze information about these attacks from projection images, then it would be far too difficult to find out what their origins were. This was like using coal to boil a pot of water and then using wood to boil a pot of water. It would be impossible for someone to tell whether that pot of water had been boiled from coal or wood. Your Highness Saint's son, have a meal. A beautiful woman carried in a tray of food cooked from precious heavenly materials. However, the good fortune Saint's son had no appetite for food. He waved his hand, a bit agitated and a bit annoying. You, go contact Empyrean Evernight and have him hurry up. Tell him to start slaughtering cities tomorrow, thousands of cities at a time. I want to see whether or not that Horshao Moxian will truly be so cold-hearted. The good fortune Saint's son had already lost his patience. Since he couldn't find out what cards Lin Ming was hiding, he could only count on capturing Xiao Moxian. Yes. The woman bowed and drew back. She prepared to send Empyrean Evernight a sound transmission. Sound transmission marks were the core secret of every army, and in the Saint Army stationed at New Ming Planet, only Empyrean Evernight had the corresponding transmission mark Jade Slip. Empyrean Evernight had been killed by Lin Ming, thus there was no one to use this mark. The Saints didn't even know that Empyrean Evernight had been eliminated. The woman had only left for a short while before rushing back in a hurry. What is it? The good fortune Saint's son frowned. To activate a sound transmission array formation that could surmount an entire star territory took a considerable amount of time. There was no reason for her to come back so quickly. Your Highness Saint's son, our scouts sent in new information just now. They discovered that the human fleets have broken through our blockade. It seems to be Xiao Moxian's Demon Fairy Palace. What? The good fortune Saint's son was startled before immediately turning to happiness. That little slut, she was finally unable to sit still. The good fortune Saint's son quickly strode out of the room and into the official meeting hall. There, above the sound transmission array disk, he saw the projection of Xiao Maxian's Demon Fairy Palace army. The numerous spirit ships there all belonged to Demon Fairy Palace. Currently, the space that Demon Fairy Palace was at had already been sealed away by a force field. It was impossible for them to undergo great void shifts. If this fleet wanted to escape from the sealed space, it would take at least 4 to 6 hours. That was more than enough time to capture this fleet 7 or 8 times. Ha 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 ha. The good fortune Saint's son wildly laughed. Just wait for me to catch you, I will make you feel what pleasure is. The good fortune Saint's son revealed an obscene and lascivious smile. It had already been a long time since he cared about his sexual attractions to women. In his long life, he had experienced countless incomparably beautiful women and he had slowly grown numb to them. However, it was Xiao Maxian and only Xiao Maxian that the good fortune Saint's son desperately hoped he could press beneath his body and brutally ravish. This was a woman who once stepped on his dignity. He wanted to savagely conquer her and take out all his revenge on her. If possible, he wanted to ruin Xiao Maxian in front of Lin Ming, humiliating her and giving vent to all the malice and hate he had saved from all those years ago. Prepare the soldiers, we are going to battle. The good fortune Saint's son was already impatient. The Saint armies were well trained. After the good fortune Saint's son issued his order, it only took a quarter hour for the entire army to be ready to march forwards. In order to ensure absolute success, the good fortune Saint's son had brought the entirety of his troops with him. This was a massive army, otherwise known as the troops that were under the direct control of the good fortune Saint Palace. The good fortune Saint Palace deserved its reputation as the undisputed number one top influence of the Saints. The troops under its direct control were far stronger than any other random Saint Legion. In fact, even if the 2nd and 3rd Legions of Saint Convocation Heaven joined together, they were still far inferior to the personal troops of the good fortune Saint Palace. This legion wasn't numbered. It had a name, and its name came from the good fortune Saint Palace. It was called the Good Fortune Legion. Although the Good Fortune Legion didn't have the illustrious and fierce reputation of the Legion of Famine, it had more saint powerhouses than an ox had hares. The name of the Good Fortune Legion rang through the ears of all like thunder. The Good Fortune Legion hadn't killed many people, but to humanity they were actually a great deterrent. Besides Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, if any other human influence were to bump into the Good Fortune Legion, their only choice would be to flee into the wild. With such a trump card legion as well as the Good Fortune Saint's son and the Avatar of Famine, this could be considered the ultimate force that the Saints had within the wild universe. This vast fleet shuttled their way deep into the universe. Wherever they went, even stars would be washed away. In particular, deep in space, there was the giant Avatar of Famine. It waved its horrifying dragon tentacles, exuding a terrifyingly oppressive feeling. Xiao Maxian, just you wait for me, ha ha. On the bloody surface of Famine, the good fortune Saint's son's voice echoed out into the void. And at this time, in another part of the starry skies, Demon Fairy Palace was rapidly marching forwards. Every disciple of Demon Fairy Palace was boiling over with fighting spirit. In truth, they knew that this would be a bitter and tragic battle. When their strength was compared to the Good Fortune Legion, saying it was an egg against a rock wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even with Lin Ming here, and even if Lin Ming were to create another miracle, they knew that they would suffer heavy losses in this battle. This was an inevitable occurrence. No matter how formidable Lin Ming was, the most he could do was stop the Good Fortune Saint's son. How could a single person deal with the entire Good Fortune Legion? But even though everyone knew this, no one batted an eyelash to march into battle. They were warriors with hot blood flowing through their veins. How could they hide in nests like rats and then be slowly dug out by others? If they had to die, they would die with honor and glory. All warriors were ready to fight, in full battle formation. And at this time, in Primordius Heavenly Palace, which was disguised as a common spirit ship, Lin Ming was fighting Lin Huang. Pang! A muffled thump echoed out. Lin Huang was sent flying backwards. Lin Huang rolled on the ground before smashing into a wall. He stood up and ripped off his tattered sleeves, his eyes staring at Lin Ming like those of a cheetah. This father and son had suppressed their cultivations to the Divine Sea realm. What they were competing in was fighting skills and laws. And up until now, Lin Ming had only used a single hand. The disparity was too great. You both, Xiao Moxian heard the heavy thumping sounds and walked over. She was left speechless by what she saw. We're about to fight soon, and not only are you not adjusting yourselves to your best condition, but you're actually exchanging moves here. This is just too childish. Chapter 2045, Two Armies Meet. As Lin Ming saw Xiao Moxian, he couldn't help but laugh. It's fine, he said. We've suppressed our cultivation to the Divine Sea realm, and even our bodily strength has been limited to the first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates. We haven't used much energy, and we aren't injured either. Lin Ming and Lin Huang's mortal bodies contained the bloodline of god beasts. They were incredibly potent. In a situation where they suppressed their cultivation, even if they stood still and allowed themselves to be hit, it wouldn't matter much. We're just warming up for the upcoming battle. Seeing Xiao Moxian's not too happy expression, Lin Ming shrugged. Still, Xiao Moxian couldn't find it in her to laugh. Even with Lin Ming here, they had to face the Good Fortune Saint's son and also the most powerful Good Fortune Legion of the Saint race. It was hard for her to relax. Every single person in this fleet was a brave and loyal warrior who had followed Xiao Moxian and fought for her with all their might. Today, they decided to march against the Good Fortune Saint's son, fearing neither danger nor death. Even against the Good Fortune Legion that was over a dozen times stronger than they still boiled over with fighting intent. All of this came from the glory of their race, the hot-blooded instinct carved into the marrow of their bone, as well as their deep faith and trust in Lin Ming. However, although they didn't fear death, Xiao Moxian didn't wish for them to simply toss away their lives. She wished for as many of her followers to survive as possible. They were her most beloved subjects. I understand. Lin Ming knew what Xiao Moxian was thinking and hinted for Lin Huang to stop fighting. At this time, his heart suddenly stirred. He could feel the soul of famine within his spiritual sea starting to beat. Compared to when he met the Legion of Famine, this beating was now several times more intense. For this sort of response to occur, there was only a single possibility. What is it? The sensitive Xiao Moxian noticed the change in Lin Ming's countenance. It's fine. Lin Ming waved his hand and left the martial arts training room, moving towards the square outside Primordius Heavenly Palace. Primordius Heavenly Palace had already been disguised as one of the flagships of Demon Fairy Palace. The Good Fortune Saint's son didn't have much of an impression toward Primordius Heavenly Palace, and with the camouflage added by the ancient Elysium Seal's array formation, it was impossible for anyone to recognize it. After the martial artists of Demon Fairy Palace realized that Lin Ming had walked outside, they hurried to the platform of their spirit ships and waited for him. Each one of them stood tall and upright, like a towering tree. The army was filled with a dignified solemnity. This was the aura of a people unafraid of death or destruction, ready to perish in iron and blood. After a little more time we might fight against the trump card of the Saint armies, the Good Fortune Legion. Do you all have any thoughts about this? Lin Ming smiled as he spoke. With such a critical war approaching, everyone was strung taut. Yet, he was still able to smile like this. This left many warriors dumbfounded. Indeed, this person was worthy of being called the #1 hero of humanity. He could actually still talk and happily smile at this time. Invisibly, Lin Ming's calm infected them. Their taut minds slightly relaxed. We will battle them! A martial artist shouted as he rolled up his sleeves. Killing one is enough and killing two is a gain. Even if we only have our teeth left remaining, we will still bite down on the heads of those saints. Whoever fears death is a woman. A ruffian soldier carelessly shouted. But as he did so, he noticed Xiao Moxian, who stood near Lin Ming, suddenly cast him a frosty look. The soldier quickly shrunk his neck, immediately changing his statement, whoever fears death is a coward. Lin Ming smiled. You all seem prepared to sacrifice yourselves? Sacrifice isn't anything at all. Even if we must cross through seas of boiling oil, us brothers will jump in without batting an eye. Several large fellows strained their necks and wielded the sabers in their hands, showing their determination and lack of fear. Lin Ming suddenly asked, "From your words, it seems we are not going to battle, but committing suicide?" The martial artists present dazed. Because of Lin Ming's previous speech and because they had been repressed for so long, they were like barrels of powder, ready to explode with the slightest spark. Now they faced the Good Fortune Legion, an enemy that stirred panic and fear at the mere thought of fighting directly against them. So, they had all readied themselves to throw up their heads and sprinkle their blood on the ground. To the soldiers, this only seemed natural. This was sure to be a tragic battle. Even if Lin Ming alone could deal with the Good Fortune Saint's son, it would still be difficult. The other Empyreans of the Good Fortune Legion weren't some random cabbage. Just those people alone were over 10 times stronger than Demon Fairy Palace. They had to deal with such a formidable and tricky enemy. They had to delay this powerful enemy to give Lin Ming time to deal with the Good Fortune Saint's son. Naturally, the vast majority of people thought this was how a war was fought. General against general. Soldier against soldier. Facing such a powerful enemy, there was also the chance that they would be completely annihilated. Even so, they would continue pushing forwards without fear of death. As for how many people would need to be sacrificed, they simply hadn't considered this at all. What they wanted was their bravery and dignity. It was only after Lin Ming asked his question that these people were left in a daze. Could it be that even in a battle where there was such a massive disparity in strength, there was still a favorable turn somewhere? Could it even be that Lin Ming had already called for support troops? Thinking of this possibility, many people grew excited. Lin Ming continued, "Not being afraid to sacrifice yourself is a necessary quality for any legion that wishes to be strong. But those who do not fear death are not just the brave warriors but also ordinary men. Do not make meaningless sacrifice, this will only turn you into the military exploits of your enemies, something that they can use to show off. Even at the very end, none of us must easily give up on our lives. Rather, we must exchange it for the greatest possible value. If each and every one of you can accomplish this, we will sweep away all obstacles." Lin Ming's words caused the human warriors to calm down. A brave and hot-blooded legion was terrifying, but a legion that could be all that and also be calm, that was even more terrifying. Lin Ming drew out the Black Dragon Spear. Wang! With a loud rumbling sound, the roar of a dragon seemed to spread throughout the starry night sky. Lin Ming shouted out, "Now, everyone, man your stations. You will have around 1 incense stick of time to prepare. Afterwards, we will go into battle with the Good Fortune Legion. At the time of battle, everyone obey my command. An incense stick of time." After hearing this, the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace were startled. Before, they had heard that they would fight in a while, but they didn't expect this while to be so short. Everyone hastily rushed over to their stations. "And me?" Xiao Maxian hurriedly asked. "Follow me." As Lin Ming spoke, he strode into Primordius' heavenly palace. An incense stick of time was an extremely short period of time. And in fact, before an incense stick of time passed, the human army was able to see the vast and roiling Good Fortune Legion in the distance. The spirit ships, the heavenly palace fortresses, they were as magnificent and unsurpassable as a great wall. What led the legion was a massive blood-red sphere. The sphere was as large as a planet and wielded thick tentacles. This was the avatar of famine. And beside the avatar of famine was a golden temple. This temple was half the size of famine and wildly gushed out astral essence. A golden halo spun around it. This was the Good Fortune Saint Palace, a true divinity spirit treasure-level immortal palace. This immortal palace was usually located within Saint Convocation Heaven and was the main temple of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's influence. When people spoke of the good fortune Saint Sovereign's influence, they usually referred to the good fortune Saint Palace to represent everything. From this it could be seen how terrifying this temple was. This could be called a landmark of Saint Convocation heaven. Now, the good fortune Saint Sovereign possessed the true body of famine, so he didn't need to use the good fortune Saint Palace in battle. At the same time, the good fortune Saint Sun had no use for it either. Thus, the good fortune Saint Palace had been made into the flagship for the Good Fortune Legion. The ones responsible for driving the good fortune Saint Palace were 9 peak Empyreans. Only by joining forces were they just barely able to display the terrifying strength of this war fortress. When Demon Fairy Palace and the Good Fortune Legion met, if one disregarded the massive disparity in strength, the Good Fortune Legion already suppressed Demon Fairy Palace in momentum. When contrasted with each other, it was no different from a fighter to a little baby. Ha ha ha. G. Sienner, you truly are stupid. You really brought yourself to my door. The good fortune Saint Sun stood above the flesh and blood of famine, wildly cackling. He gazed up the fleet of Demon Fairy Palace as if they were all prey waiting to be cut down. Within Primordius' heavenly palace, Xiao Moxian grit her teeth, hatefully staring out the array formations at the good fortune Saint Sun. Dealing with you is easy, I alone am enough. But even so, I brought my greatest strength here in order to ensure absolute victory. You no longer have the slightest chance of doing anything, and I will not make any mistake either. Why don't you be a good little girl and surrender yourself to me? You should already be content that I brought so many people here just to capture you. As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, he waved his hand and issued an order, seal off the surrounding space. With the good fortune Saint Palace as the head, dozens of Saint Spirit ships shined with brilliant beams of divine light. These beams of divine light shot into the void, linking together into a massive net of light. The net of light spread out until it formed a titanic enchantment that sealed up the surrounding space for millions of miles. Such a massive array was based upon the defensive array formation of the good fortune Saint Palace. Whether it was activating or deactivating it, it wasn't easy at all. Moreover, starting it up required a massive amount of energy. After the great array was formed, it would be impossible for normal spirit ships to break through. The only exception would be if the spirit ships of Demon Fairy Palace all attacked in a joint strike. However, the good fortune Saint Sun would not give them the chance to do this. Are you satisfied? G. Sienner, this is the cage that I specially prepared for you. In order to capture you, I took great pains in arranging all of this, and soon you will also understand why I tried so hard to catch you. Several days from now, I'll give you a pleasant surprise. If you know your limits, then you will hurry up and surrender to me and be my slave. If you serve me well every day, then I will let you keep your life and enjoy it too. The good fortune Saint Sun recklessly laughed. But at this time, there was also a response from Demon Fairy Palace's flagship. This was Xiao Moxian's voice, icy cold and clear, "You stupid." These two simple words caused the good fortune Saint Sun's complexion to darken. The clear voice continued in sharp contention, "If you know your limits, then hurry up and surrender to me and be my dog." But, I don't think I can stand it. To have such an ugly dog, just thinking of it makes me nauseous. Good fortune Saint Sun diabolically grinned. Very good. I also feared you might not be in that fleet and had sent in this rubble to die. Now that I know you truly are here, I can rest assured. The flagship is mine and I leave the rest to you all. Kill them all to the last, do not let a single man live. Chapter 2046, Lin Ming vs. Saint Sun. After confirming Xiao Moxian's presence, the good fortune Saint Sun revealed his fangs. As the good fortune Saint Sun issued his order, the good fortune Legion started moving forwards. This was an incredibly powerful army. The spirit ships pushed forwards, surrounding the fleet of Demon Fairy Palace. With the good fortune Saint Palace taking the lead, hundreds of spirit ships gathered together to form a battle array. Each spirit ship possessed their own array formations, and with several hundred array formations gathered together, this was actually a net of battle arrays. With these battle arrays coordinating with each other, they could display an incomparably terrifying strength. By joining together, the sheer amount of energy they released would be several times that of a true divinity. However, in terms of laws, this spirit ship battle array couldn't compare with a true divinity, nor could they focus their energy like a true divinity. So, the actual threat was less than that of a true divinity. For such a joint attack, no matter how much it was enhanced, it wouldn't reach the height of a true divinity. Nevertheless, this attack had a massive area of effect and the power behind it was enormous. Against a group of spirit ships, this was a devastating attack. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if the Good Fortune Legion had sufficient time to prepare, gathering their complete group of battle arrays for a single barrage of attacks, they could blow away over half of the spirit ships of Demon Fairy Palace. This was an overwhelming disparity that came from the difference in strength. Seeing the spirit ship battle array that was led by the Good Fortune Saint Palace, even someone like Xiao Moxian, who refused to give up, found it hard to maintain her composure. It was hard not to waver in front of such a terrifying weapon. At this time, Lin Ming raised his black dragon spear and stepped out of Primordius' heavenly palace. "Brother Lin!" Xiao Moxian grabbed onto Lin Ming's hand. "Just wait here." Lin Ming gave Xiao Moxian a comforting look. Then, he stepped outside. Ji Xianer. The destructive attack of the Good Fortune Legion nears that of a star. Aren't you afraid? Don't worry, before I capture you alive, I will not let them attack. Only after I catch you will I have you personally watch as all your subordinates turn to ash beneath this world-destroying light. The Good Fortune Saint's son wildly laughed. At this time, the planet-sized body of Famine rapidly rushed forwards, flying straight towards the flagship of Demon Fairy Palace. Compared to the giant body of Famine, the disguised Primordius Heavenly Palace was like a bird in front of a tiger. They were completely disproportionate in size. However, just as Famine's several dozen tentacles were poised to attack, the flagship suddenly flashed with a strange black light. It began to change shape, becoming taller and wider and transforming from a linear spirit ship to a black fortress. Seeing this, the Good Fortune Saint's son was shocked. What? The shape of this transformed spirit ship caused a foreboding to rise in his heart. He watched as a man holding a spear jumped out from the black fortress. This man wore black battle armor. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were profoundly deep. As the man grasped the spear, he pointed it straight towards the Good Fortune Saint's son. You? It's you! The Good Fortune Saint's son's complexion became incredibly ugly. At this time, Lin Ming had already recovered his appearance of 6,500 years ago. One didn't even need to guess that this was Lin Ming. To the Good Fortune Saint's son, this man was no different from a nightmare. Is that so? So it's like this. Because you were a step earlier than me and found Xiao Moxian first, you had the courage to break into my blockade. The Good Fortune Saint's son's lips twitched. His complexion became increasingly grim and dark. His eyes clouded over with killing intent. You really are as stubborn as a cockroach. Even after being hunted down by a true divinity, you still won't die. You swept through the joint Second and Third Saint Legions, extinguished the Legion of Famine, and you plan on eliminating me today? Ha 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 ha. The Good Fortune Saint's son raucously laughed. Over 6,000 years ago, the battle between you and I became the greatest shame of my life. But today, the heavens have given me a chance for revenge. Since this is a battle of destiny, I cannot ask for anything more. Today, let me see just what makes you so brave. Die! The Good Fortune Saint's son exploded with a roar. The dozens of Famine's tentacles attacked together, thrusting forwards like the spears of a divine god. Bang! A horrifying detonation sound surged out and the void was crushed apart. The Good Fortune Saint's son's strike was comprised of dozens of attacks. Its pressure was greater than innumerable mountains smashing into Primordius' heavenly palace. At this moment, it looked like Famine was branching out a giant pile of its flesh and blood to swallow up Primordius' heavenly palace. For some time, everyone felt their hearts gripped with fear. In particular, the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace. They all watched with bated breath. Although they had a nearly zealous faith in Lin Ming, this avatar of famine that the good fortune Saint Sun had commanded was still a being at the true divinity level. No matter how strong Lin Ming was, this would be a difficult battle. Kill Lin Ming. With your strongest attack, blow him up together with famine's flesh and blood. The good fortune Saint Sun crazily shouted. He didn't take back the flesh and blood of famine, nor did he see whether or not Lin Ming died. He instantly severed this part of famine's flesh and blood and had it surround Lin Ming. He wanted to use the combined attack of the Good Fortune Legion's battle array to unleash the ultimate killing blow. This was a sinister and decisive choice. The Good Fortune Saint Sun would rather sacrifice a portion of famine than to give Lin Ming the smallest chance of survival. At this time, behind the Good Fortune Saint Sun, the battle array network with the Good Fortune Saint Palace as the lead began to gather a mind-boggling amount of energy, preparing for their world-destroying light attack. On the side of Demon Fairy Palace, a giant man wielding a war flag rushed out of a spirit ship. He rode on a great wild beast, shouting out as he rushed into the Saint Fleet, brothers. Move forwards. Protect Senior Lin Ming and Palace Master Demon Fairy. He was a human genius born after the Great Calamity and also the flag-bearer of Demon Fairy Palace. The scarlet war flag he carried on his shoulders was emblazoned with the symbol of Demon Fairy Palace, the image of a black phoenix bathing in the fires of Nirvana. A dark phoenix was Shao Maxian's god-beast bloodline, and the fires of Nirvana represented the rebirth of humanity. Kill them. Fight with them. Destroy those saint dogs. The army of Demon Fairy Palace roared and charged forwards. They rushed directly toward the flesh and blood of famine. Placing Primordius' heavenly palace behind them, they used their fleet to form a great protective iron wall in front of it. They began gathering all of their energy, preparing to meet the direct attack of the Good Fortune Legion. Even if their attack was pitifully weak compared to the battle array network of the Good Fortune Legion, at this time no one felt fear and no one shrank backwards. No one was scared of death. A tiny pearl dares to compete with the shining moon. The Good Fortune Saint Sun derisively sneered. He wielded the giant blood dragon tentacles and lashed out at the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace. The one he targeted was the youth in front carrying the war flag. With the strength of Famine's avatar, a single strike could easily turn this man into muddy meat. A war flag was the faith and symbol of an army. If the flag fell, so too would group morale. Who? The tentacles of famine shrouded down with an unstoppable force. A tremendous pressure locked down the surrounding space, making it impossible to avoid. The flag-wielding youth's complexion changed. In this moment of life or death, he turned around and exhausted all of his strength to throw the war flag. The war flag howled and broke through the space blockade with difficulty as it fired towards the direction of another flag bearer. The man could die, but the flag could not fall. Brothers, for the glory of humanity. Charge! The youth seemed to exhaust every last dreg of his blood vitality to shout out these earth-shaking words. The morale of Demon Fairy Palace erupted like a volcano. For humanity, they yelled, their blood boiling over. But as everyone thought the flag-bearer's blood would dye the starry space, something unexpected happened. From Primordius' heavenly palace that was wrapped in the flesh and blood of famine, a blood dragon tentacle whipped out. This blood dragon tentacle was even thicker than the one shot out by the Good Fortune Saint Sun. With inconceivable speed, it crossed the void and collided with the Good Fortune Saint Sun strike. Bang! The void collapsed. As the mountain-thick tentacles clashed in the air, a deafening explosion rang outwards. A terrifying tide of energy wildly surged out, sending the flag-bearer flying away. Because this other tentacle of famine had blocked the attack, the flag-bearer only felt his blood vitality tumbling in his body. He wasn't even seriously wounded. What? This is... Everyone was bewildered. The good fortune saint's son watched all of this with disbelief thick in his eyes. In the air, two tentacles intersected, just like two blood dragons twisting together. But that other tentacle was clearly linked to Primordius' heavenly palace. How was this possible? The flesh and blood of famine that I discarded would actually protect the flag bearer on its own? Why would this happen? The good fortune saint's son was panic-stricken. At this time, the flesh and blood of famine that surrounded Primordius' heavenly palace began to slowly split up. Within it, a channel formed. A black-clothed youth wielding a long spear stepped out. His long hair fluttered behind him. His clothes were clean and meticulous, his appearance was sharp and resolute, and his aura was as deep as the sea. He stood firm above the flesh and blood of famine, like a peerless war god who had descended from the highest heavens. The flesh and blood beneath his feet slowly rose up to form a round table that lifted up the man. This feeling was as if the flesh and blood of famine was revering this demon-like man. Seeing this scene, not to mention the good fortune saint's son and the good fortune legion, even the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace were dumbfounded. What was happening? Your words are wrong, Lin Ming casually said as he pointed his spear toward the good fortune saint's son. Between you and I, there is no battle of destiny. In my life, I might have a destined opponent, but that person is not you. You are not worthy. Lin Ming's cold voice resounded through the vastness of space, spreading over both the Demon Fairy Palace and the Good Fortune Legion. The Good Fortune Saint Palace regarded Lin Ming as the greatest opponent in his life, but Lin Ming only regarded the Good Fortune Saint's son as one of the many goals he had to surpass in life. Moreover, this was in the past. Now, Lin Ming had completed the dual transformation of his body and mind. The good fortune saint's son could only be called an enemy and not his match. Chapter 2047, Dazzling. Lin Ming, you are seeking death. As the good fortune saint's son listened to Lin Ming's words, his complexion turned incredibly ugly. He regarded Lin Ming as the greatest opponent in his life, but Lin Ming only treated him as a little clown, mercilessly trampling him and humiliating him in front of his subordinates. This struck the good fortune saint's son's nerves. At this time, in the starry space, the hundreds of thousands of saint martial artists and the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace were watching as this conversation took place. You are not worthy. These three words echoed in the ears of everyone, enraging the martial artists of the Good Fortune Legion even as it caused the human martial artists to bubble over with excitement. This was arrogance. This was pride. If someone else were to say such ridiculous words, others would only call them an idiot. But as Lin Ming said these words, they actually contained an unparalleled deterring force. This was a happy and hearty feeling that filled one with exuberance. Fight! The disciples of Demon Fairy Palace emitted an earth-shaking cry, their voices sounded out into the vastness of space. At this time, the morale of the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace had climbed to the extreme. You can go die! The good fortune saint's son roared out. His mortal body emitted explosive crackling sounds as he began to grow taller. Fierce bone plates jutted out from his body. He had used the strength of the saint race's bloodline body metamorphosis. By using this new power to control the flesh and blood of famine, the good fortune saint's son could reach his highest level of strength. The enraged good fortune saint's son suddenly burnt his blood essence. Dozens of new blood dragon tentacles gushed out from the avatar of famine, and all these tentacles sparkled with blinding divine light as they shot towards Lin Ming. At this time, even if a sun were in front of the good fortune saint's son, it would still be torn apart by these tentacles. Facing this heaven-shaking strike, Lin Ming merely focused his thoughts. Beneath him, the flesh and blood of famine shot out. Lin Ming had a limited amount of famine's flesh and blood. It was impossible for him to form tentacles that were as thick as mountains. As he formed tentacles to meet the good fortune saint's son's attack, his tentacles were only as thick as a tree. Compared to the good fortune saint's son's attack, Lin Ming's counterattack was nothing at all. Puff! 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 all of the comparatively slender tentacles shot into the much thicker tentacles. And in that moment, the scene of those far thicker tentacles rolling over the thinner tentacles didn't occur as everyone thought it would. Instead, the tentacles struck out by the good fortune Saint Sun were completely frozen in place. Like snakes that were caught by their necks, these tentacles began to twitch. At this time, everyone was amazed to discover that these thinner tentacles had become like blood-drinking snakes, sucking in the flesh and blood of the thicker tentacles. Goo! 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 The tips of the thicker tentacles began to wither at a speed visible to the eye. The rich flesh and blood essence of famine flowed through the thinner tentacles and into the flesh and blood of famine beneath Lin Ming's feet. The flesh and blood of famine beneath Lin Ming wildly wriggled. On the other side, the avatar of famine that was controlled by the good fortune Saint Sun began to restlessly stir as if it were greatly stimulated by something. It emitted deep roars. What? This situation left the good fortune Saint Sun stunned. Could it be that Lin Ming could control famine? This conclusion left the good fortune Saint Sun panic-stricken. Was this even possible? But now, he was already able to clearly feel Lin Ming's soul force pass through the flesh and blood of famine and permeate into famine's avatar. You! The good fortune Saint Sun went wild with rage. There was no time for him to think about how Lin Ming had accomplished this. If he were to discard the avatar of famine, just what sort of consequences would he suffer? It was simply unimaginable. If he were to lose the avatar of famine, it would be impossible to escape Lin Ming chasing him down. Disregarding that, even if he somehow survived, the good fortune Saint Sovereign would not let him live. He would die either way. In that moment, the good fortune Saint Sun felt a cold sweat seep out of his entire body. But right after that, a crazed and fierce light flashed in his eyes. Blue veins twisted on his face like worms. His eyes that stared at Lin Ming seemed dyed with blood, overflowing with killing intent. Do you really think you can kill me like this? Stop dreaming. You are destined to die here. Good fortune Legion, obey my command. With the world-destroying light, attack with everything you have. Kill them all, the good fortune Saint Sun shouted. At this time, behind the good fortune Saint Sun, the Good Fortune Legion had already prepared their battle formation and gathered their energies for several breaths of time. It was enough to send out the world destruction light. In a small scope, this attack was inferior to that of a true divinity. But as a mass-range attack, it was a terrifying strike that surpassed that of a true divinity. In this critical situation, the Good Fortune Legion didn't fall into chaos. With 9 peak Empyreans calmly directing the troops, the Good Fortune Legion took the Good Fortune Saint Palace as the core and struck out with the world destruction light. In that moment, it seemed as if every sound in the universe was swallowed up. A heaven-shaking energy swept through the vastness of space before converging in front of the Good Fortune Saint Palace. It gathered together and collapsed into a black energy ball. The surrounding space cracked and shattered, as if this black ball was one of the fabled black holes. Shwa! Energy recklessly shot out from this black hole, shooting towards Lin Ming as well as the fleet of Demon Fairy Palace. The black light was too terrifying. It covered a massive range, and with this part of space being sealed up, it was impossible for the fleet of Demon Fairy Palace to avoid it. At this time, the demented Good Fortune Saint Sun sent out more massive tentacles. These tentacles didn't directly attack Lin Ming but covered him instead, forming a wall of flesh and blood around him. It was clear he wanted to block off every possible escape route. In truth, even if the Good Fortune Saint Sun didn't do this, Lin Ming wouldn't have been able to dodge this world destruction light. At this time, he had poured his soul force into the avatar of famine in order to erase the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's spirit mark and capture the avatar. If he were to dodge this attack, the least of his problems would be the injuries to his soul. The key problem was that the flesh and blood of famine that he controlled beneath his feet would also be destroyed. And this flesh and blood of famine wrapped around Primordius' heavenly palace. Xiao Moxian and the others were all inside. Lin Ming was doomed to not avoid this attack. He could not abandon Xiaomaxian, nor could he abandon the 100,000 warriors of Demon Fairy Palace. At this time, the warriors of Demon Fairy Palace didn't give up on Lin Ming. They stood in front of Lin Ming, using their relatively weak spirit ships to face off against this attack. Brothers, attack! For humanity! For honor and freedom! The warriors of Demon Fairy Palace shouted out from the depths of their heart. They poured every ounce of their strength into the array formations of their spirit ships. At this instant, even without anyone directing them, these 100,000 warriors burnt their blood essence together, burning it all without reserve. Because they knew that this was likely the final and most dazzling attack in their lives. This was the brilliance of burning their lives away, as gorgeous and as blazing as the hot sun. A martial artist was born like a summer flower and died like a spring thunderstorm. The attack of the Demon Fairy Palace's disciples gathered into a surging current of golden light that welcomed the world-destroying light. Bang! A terrifying explosion rang out. In a flash, energy beams recklessly shot outwards. It was unknown just how much matter was destroyed in that explosion. Even so, the attack of Demon Fairy Palace's disciples was unable to eliminate the world-destroying light. After the world-destroying light slowed down for a brief moment, it suddenly overwhelmed the energy wave from Demon Fairy Palace's disciples and continued forwards without hesitation. The disparity in energy was too great. They were simply unable to deal with it. In the next moment, dozens of Demon Fairy Palace disciples became like little beasts beneath a giant tsunami, soon to be utterly submerged. At this time, from beneath Lin Ming's feet, the mass of Famine's flesh and blood split open. Primordius' heavenly palace rose up from within, wrapped in an all-devouring black light. Legion of Famine, attack! Lin Ming coldly commanded. Within Primordius' heavenly palace, the 60,000 warriors of the Legion of Famine had already undergone their body metamorphosis a quarter of an hour ago. They had prepared their battle formation and had gathered their energy earlier, waiting for the moment to erupt. After the battle with the joint Saint Legions, the Legion of Famine had rested and built up their strength for over a month. All of that was done for the sake of this one strike. By now, even Fairy Blue Lotus had undergone body metamorphosis. For of the Saint Generals, Lin Ming's 3 avatars, 1 miniaturized black dragon, and 200 great world kings that were comparable to the weakest of Empyreans after body metamorphosis. Every person and beast poured all their energy into the array formation without reserve. In particular, the flesh and blood of Famine beneath Lin Ming's feet that he controlled also lent its strength to this attack. The flesh and blood of Famine burned itself without holding back. Energy surged into Primordius' heavenly palace as a horrifying black beam of light pierced through the universe and clashed with the world-destroying light. Xiener, lend me your help. Lin Ming's sound transmission reached Xiaomaxian's ears. Next, Xiaomaxian, Lin Huang, and some of the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace who had followed her to Primordius' heavenly palace all poured their greatest strength into the array formation, preparing to meet the world-destroying light. A beam of divine light joined together with the divine light emitted by the 100,000 disciples of Demon Fairy Palace, ruthlessly colliding with the world-destroying light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An explosion sounded out as if the universe was being torn to shreds. Energy gushed outwards, able to collapse space and wash away the stars. With this all-out strike from Demon Fairy Palace, the Legion of Famine, and even the flesh and blood of Famine burning away its essence, the might of this attack managed to suppress the terrifying beam of energy emitted by the Good Fortune Legion. Right after, the beam of energy shot out by the Good Fortune Legion began to be pushed backwards, drawing back at an increasingly quick pace. Finally, Lin Ming's strike carried with it a heaven-shaking strength as it forcefully extinguished the world-destroying light and then fired towards the direction of the Good Fortune Legion. No! The Good Fortune Saint Sun's eyes nearly cracked open. And behind him, the several 100,000 saint martial artists of the Good Fortune Legion all seemed to lose their spirit. Ah! Some people cried out in despair and sorrow. Others rushed out their spirit ships and fled into deep space. And still others moved their spirit ships, wanting to withdraw. But no matter how they struggled, everything they did was useless. This beam of light was too fast, faster than any spirit ship or martial artist. Much less, this space had already been sealed away by the Good Fortune Legion. They were caught in their own trap. Bang! Divine light exploded within the Good Fortune Legion. Divine light swallowed all, drowning out all sight in a sea of blinding light. Before, in order to arrange the battle formation that would send out the world-destroying light, the Good Fortune Legion had crowded together their spirit ships. But this now became the reason for their complete destruction. Large swaths of Saint spirit ships were struck head-on by the light and directly disintegrated into powder, without leaving behind any fragment of space debris. Innumerable spirit ships were swept up in the explosion before bursting apart in the horrifying energy storm, turning into dazzling fireworks in space. The Good Fortune Legion had suffered far too heavy losses in this attack. The Good Fortune Saint's son watched all of this from a distance, his heart trembling. At this moment, he knew that the Good Fortune Legion, the trump card of the Saint armies, was done for. Chapter 2048, End of the Road. The World Destruction Light along with the Good Fortune Legion was completely overwhelmed by the blast of energy sent out by the Human Alliance. The defensive barrier laid down by the Good Fortune Legion was torn apart like a soap bubble. Even from trillions of miles away, one could see a brilliant light blazing in the distance, as if a massive star had burst into a supernova. The energy waves recklessly washed out the dark nebula, thoroughly destroying the surrounding star territory and causing the light to spread even further out. The trump card of the Saint armies, the Good Fortune Legion, was utterly ruined. They didn't even have half their spirit ships remaining. The Good Fortune Saint Palace managed to remain intact. Even though it was at the center of the energy beam, it barely made it through due to the fact that it was a true divinity spirit treasure. But for hundreds of miles around the Good Fortune Saint Palace, every spirit ship was reduced to ashes. Even those that were far away and relatively well off were greatly damaged in the explosion. The battle strength of these spirit ships was reduced to near nothing. In truth, the truly fatal strike was the impact on their morale. The Good Fortune Legion was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, possessing an absolute faith in their strength and ability to win. This was a terrifying army that feared no opponent. But that strike just now had completely smashed apart their arrogance and confidence. They were defeated, completely and utterly defeated. Even for the several peak Empyreans as they faced Lin Ming, this man that seemed like a demon god, all of them felt a fear come from the depths of their souls. This Lin Ming was too horrifying, simply unbeatable. And while the saints were wallowing in their low morale and fervently wishing to retreat, the morale of humanity reached the zenith. That incredible all-out attack just now caused their blood to boil over. The human martial artists that burnt their blood essence should have been exhausted due to overdrawing their blood vitality. But because of this great victory, all of them had gone crazy with elation. "Brothers, onwards!" the officers of Demon Fairy Palace wildly roared. The soldiers were like starving wolves that saw fresh meat, swarming forwards. The flapping war flag of Demon Fairy Palace was lifted high into the air. The dark phoenix in Nirvana embroidered upon the war flag seemed to come alive. It guided the anger of the human army, stabbing into the Good Fortune Legion like a sharp blade. The Good Fortune Legion was the top army of the entire Saint race. But facing the brutal onslaught of Demon Fairy Palace, they were unexpectedly routed. The explosion had blown up their battle formation. Now, every spirit ship had to operate independently, contributing more to the chaos in the field. And most importantly, according to how the original battle formation was arranged, the more powerful spirit ships were placed closer to the center of the battlefield. Like this, they could support the main strike force. When the energy beam exploded within the Good Fortune Legion, the spirit ships near the center took the brunt of the attack and almost all of them were destroyed as a result. The spirit ships that were farther away and survived the explosion were much weaker than the spirit ships near the center. It could be said that the Good Fortune Legion had lost almost 3/4 of their total war strength. Divine light shot out and an explosion lit up space. Demon Fairy Palace pushed forwards with unstoppable momentum, and the Good Fortune Legion withdrew in defeat again and again. At this time, on the other side of the battlefield, the flesh and blood of famine beneath Lin Ming's feet was still entangled with the Good Fortune Saint Sun's avatar of famine. A massive amount of flesh and blood essence from the avatar of famine was being swallowed up by the flesh and blood of famine that Lin Ming controlled. The Good Fortune Saint Sun's complexion had already turned horrendously ugly. Lin Ming could swallow and control the flesh and blood essence of famine. Even if the flesh and blood essence of famine had the Good Fortune Saint's sovereign spirit mark within it, it was still useless. The Good Fortune Saint Sun didn't know how Lin Ming managed to accomplish this, but this part was no longer important because he had been pushed into a dead end. He wasn't like Fairy Blue Lotus, someone who had a master willing to damage their own cultivation to protect her with a wisp of an incarnation. How could the greatly ambitious Good Fortune Saint Sovereign ever make a sacrifice to help his disciple? As far as the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was concerned, everyone else was nothing but a pawn to be used. So, as the Good Fortune Saint Sun faced Lin Ming, he no longer had any cards in his hands. Perhaps it should be said that even if he did have hidden cards, these cards would be nothing but toys in front of Lin Ming. At this moment, the Good Fortune Saint Sun felt what true despair was. He could feel that Lin Ming was not just sucking out famine's flesh and blood essence, but also drawing out his own flesh and blood. He was no different from a convict who had his arteries slashed open. He could only stare helplessly on as his blood flowed out from his body, awaiting the moment he died from blood loss. This way of waiting for death truly left one grasping in craziness. The Good Fortune Saint Sun went mad. He wildly injected his soul force into famine's body, wanting to compete with Lin Ming in controlling it. However, the moment that the Good Fortune Saint Sun touched Lin Ming's soul force, his face turned paper white and his body shook. Blood started seeping out from his nose. The difference between his soul force and Lin Ming's was far too great. Moreover, the crux of the issue here was that the Good Fortune Saint Sun's soul force couldn't control famine's avatar to begin with. He had only barely managed to indirectly control famine's avatar using the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's spirit mark. When compared to Lin Ming, who possessed the soul of famine, the difference was unfathomable. With a great roar, the Good Fortune Saint Sun leapt out from famine's body. He grasped a heavy sword and slashed out at Lin Ming. In that instant, golden astral essence surged out from the Good Fortune Saint Sun, as if there were a golden sun burning within him. His aura also changed. The endless starlight around him distorted, gathering towards him. The origin energy of the universe, the cosmic dust, all forms of energy were drawn out by the Good Fortune Saint Sun. This was the Good Fortune Saint Sun's Good Fortune Divine Art. Once the Good Fortune Divine Art was used, it could seize the power of the world's good fortune. In other words, it was wresting away the spiritual energy and life of the world. A martial artist skilled in the Good Fortune Divine Art could convert this energy into their own strength, using it to destroy their enemies. By this time, the Good Fortune Saint Sun had cultivated the Good Fortune Divine Art to an extremely high boundary. Once he used it, weaker Empyreans couldn't even stand before him. This was because the Good Fortune Divine Art would sever their connection with the energy of the world, and the Good Fortune Saint Sun would brutally take it away. Only a peak Empyrean would be barely able to deal with the Good Fortune Saint Sun's Good Fortune Divine Art. But to Lin Ming, not even peak Empyreans could stand before him. This was the disparity between the two. When the Good Fortune Saint Sun attacked, so did Lin Ming. But it wasn't Lin Ming that moved, but the flesh and blood of famine beneath him. Dozens of blood dragon tentacles shot out towards the Good Fortune Saint Sun. The Good Fortune Saint Sun's eyes turned blood red. He could use the Good Fortune Divine Art to absorb origin energy from the universe, but to use it to steal away origin energy from famine was actually impossible. This was because of the difference in their ranks. He rushed left and right between the dozens of tentacles. But to his shock, he discovered that Lin Ming's ability to display the strength of famine's avatar far exceeded his own. Every tentacle of famine seemed to be alive, as if they had their own thoughts and sensations. they coordinated their attacks, their barrage of strikes, without flaw. The good fortune Saint's son dodged over a dozen attacks. But in the next few attacks, as his speed slowed down by just a bit, a blood dragon tentacle slammed him in the back. Puff! The good fortune Saint's son spat out a mouthful of blood. The organs in his body tumbled around as he was sent flying backwards. At this time, the good fortune Saint's son's heart was filled with shame and humiliation. Lin Ming had actually stolen away the avatar of famine and then used it to deal with him. He had mobilized the several Saint legions in Saint Convocation Heaven to come here and wait for Lin Ming. But these legions were completely defeated by Lin Ming. He had led the Good Fortune Legion, the trump card of the Saint armies, to encircle Xiaomaxian. But in the end, the Good Fortune Legion had been demolished. And from beginning to end, the Good Fortune Saint's son had never truly fought with Lin Ming. Lin Ming simply stood where he was without moving, gradually taking control of Famine's avatar. The Good Fortune Saint's son hurled himself at Lin Ming. But Lin Ming only used Famine's avatar to deal with him. Lin Ming's methods matched what he had said before. He simply didn't take the Good Fortune Saint's son to be his match. Humiliation, frustration, despair, in the final waning moments of his life, the Good Fortune Saint's son went crazy. He burnt his blood essence to the limit, but no matter how he attacked, all that greeted him were the fierce and terrifying blood dragon tentacles. These tentacles were endless. Even if the Good Fortune Saint's son cut them off, they would rapidly regrow. Then, these tentacles were reabsorbed by Famine's body. It was simply an unkillable monster. Moreover, as more and more flesh and blood of Famine was absorbed by Lin Ming, the tentacles that fought with the Good Fortune Saint's son became increasingly thick even as more and more of them appeared. The Good Fortune Saint's son was covered in blood. His organs had broken apart in countless places and he was covered in innumerable wounds. His movements gradually slowed down. He knew he had reached the precipice of death. In the final moments of his life, the Good Fortune Saint's son's lips curved up in a humorless smile. He used his remaining astral essence to flood his limbs. These energies started to boil like magma. You want to implode? A cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. How could he allow the Good Fortune Saint's son to do as he wished? To him, the Good Fortune Saint's son was still of great use. Whoosh! A wisp of soul force shot out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows like the sword of a divine god, piercing into the Good Fortune Saint's son's spiritual sea at an inconceivable speed. For an instant, the energy gathered within the Good Fortune Saint's son froze. And in this instant, a thick tentacle rushed forwards and bit down upon the Good Fortune Saint's son. Puff! 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 Immediately, hundreds of tentacles the thickness of a worm drilled into the Good Fortune Saint's son's body. Like leeches, they started to recklessly swallow the Good Fortune Saint's son's flesh and blood essence and energy alike. The Good Fortune Saint's son's eyes bulged out and his expression turned dull. At this moment, he was no different from a living corpse. In these last moments of his life, he could feel Lin Ming using Famine's avatar to swallow him. He had controlled the avatar of Famine for a long time and had used it to swallow an incalculable amount of lives and energy. Finally, he had been reduced to becoming this avatar's food. This was truly life's greatest joke. Slowly, the Good Fortune Saint's son's mortal body withered away. His skin wrinkled and his eyes deepened into their sockets. The flesh and blood of Famine wriggled about and fed the disabled Good Fortune Saint's son into Primordius' heavenly palace. Chapter 2049, Good Fortune's Ambitions. After the Good Fortune Saint's son was swallowed up by Famine, the entire Good Fortune Legion fell into complete chaos. In the end, the saints lacked the fear of death the humans had. This didn't mean that the saints were less brave than the humans, but because the saints weren't in a situation where the life or death of their race was on the line. The only reason they came to the wild universe was to invade this new world and obtain more advantages. Now that the Good Fortune Saint's son died, the Good Fortune Legion rapidly fled. Lin Ming certainly wouldn't let them escape. This was especially because they controlled a true divinity spirit treasure, the Good Fortune Saint Palace. This sort of palace-type true divinity spirit treasure was extremely rare. How could Lin Ming possibly let it go? Pursue them, Lin Ming commanded. However, the truth was that he didn't need to issue such orders, as the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace were already chasing ahead on their own initiative. The Saint Legions scattered like a cloud of locusts, fleeing in all directions. In fact, the remaining number of Saint Spirit ships was still higher than the number of spirit ships the Demon Fairy Palace had. And although Lin Ming was powerful, he could only chase in a single direction. Naturally, the direction he chose was toward the Good Fortune Saint Palace. As for the remainders of the Saint Fleet, Lin Ming didn't plan to bother with them. As long as they retreated far enough away, they could carry out great void shifts, and then it would be impossible for him to catch up to them. But at this time, Lin Ming's heart stirred. He looked towards another direction of the vast starry space and saw another fleet flying towards him at a breakneck pace. There weren't many ships in this fleet, but they were extremely fast. It was clear they were elite troops. As this fleet appeared, it wove together a net of firepower that blocked off massive swathes of the Good Fortune Legion. Many of the Saint Spirit ships were destroyed where they were. Back up? Lin Ming was startled. He didn't know which human army this was, but he believed that they had been drawn here due to the massive dazzling explosion moments ago. As long as they looked at the explosion a little closely, it'd be easy to guess that the blinding light wasn't a natural cosmic phenomenon. Moreover, there was the aura of laws that surged outwards, easily indicating that a battle had erupted. The backup troops in Demon Fairy Palace's fleet caught the fleeing Good Fortune Legion in a pincer attack. The Saints were like a rabbit being chased by a wolf, unable to choose a way out in their panic. More and more spirit ships exploded. The result of this battle had already been decided. As for Lin Ming, he had overtaken the Good Fortune Saint Palace. With the dark starry skies illuminating him, Lin Ming overtook the Good Fortune Saint Palace like a giant octopus grabbing hold of a seashell. Famine stretched out dozens of blood dragon tentacles that wrapped around the Good Fortune Saint Palace. Great waves of flesh and blood broke into the Good Fortune Saint Palace, drowning everyone inside. As Famine began to wildly swallow up the blood energy of the powerhouses within, as the one controlling it, Lin Ming could deeply feel just how great its bloodlust and rage were. Without its soul, Famine's flesh and blood only possessed its devouring instinct. The more it devoured, the more powerful it became. When it swallowed enough things, it could even split apart and form an avatar. This was simply a life form that defied the heavenly Tao. According to Lin Ming's understandings, the more powerful a life form was, the more difficult it was to reproduce. In fact, there were many formidable beings that were unique in the heavens and earth. Otherwise, if there were too many of these powerful life forms, they would become the absolute masters of the universe, destroying the balance. But Famine clearly violated this common sense. Lin Ming didn't know if there was a limit in the number of avatars Famine could form. But if there wasn't a limit, then with enough time Famine and its avatars could slowly flood through the entire 33 heavens, swallowing all of existence. Such a deduction left chills crawling down Lin Ming's spine. The more he thought about previous events, Lin Ming seemed to realize a possibility. His thoughts stirred, and in the next moment he appeared in Primordia's heavenly palace. Though the battle had come to an end, there were still many matters Lin Ming had yet to wrap up. He didn't even have time to completely refine Famine's avatar. Brother Lin. Xiao Moxian flushed red as she saw Lin Ming arrive, gently panting for breath. This was because of her excitement in destroying the Good Fortune Legion, and also because she had joined forces with the Legion of Famine to attack, consuming a great deal of her energy. Can you control Famine? Xiao Moxian asked curiously. As she asked this, many disciples of Demon Fairy Palace looked toward Lin Ming, also wondering this. Lin Ming smiled. I'll tell you everything in a little bit. There are some matters I need to process first. After Lin Ming spoke, his figure flickered and he appeared in another chamber. Within this chamber lay the withered and weakened good fortune saint's son. In the past, the good fortune saint's son had been tall and strong, his eyebrows slanting upwards like swords and his bearing extraordinary. He was destined to live a magnificent life from birth, and regardless of his life experiences or the talent he displayed, he had always been worshipped and surrounded by others as if he were the star and they all revolved around him. Because of this, even though many peerlessly beautiful women amongst the saints knew that the good fortune saint's son was extremely cruel and ruthless and that women were insignificant creatures to him, they still delivered themselves to his bed on their own volition. But now, after the good fortune saint's son's blood vitality was swallowed up by famine, he didn't even resemble a person anymore. When Lin Ming entered the chamber, the good fortune saint's son felt his presence but didn't respond. His eyes were empty and blank, and his mouth was slightly open with drool leaking out, as if he had become a walking corpse. At this time, the good fortune saint's son's heart had already died. His ambitions and arrogance had all been smashed apart. From someone who expected to rule the world in the future, he had devolved into the sad and pitiful appearance, living a life worse than death. Lin Ming slowly lifted his right hand. A black cube appeared atop his palm. Black lines sparkled, shining onto the good fortune saint's son's face. The good fortune saint's son's eyelids opened and he saw the magic cube. As someone who once possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the good fortune saint's son had a vague sense of what the three divine tools were. As the magic cube appeared, he seemed to faintly realize something. But as for what it was, he wasn't sure. However, none of this was important. Even if learned of Lin Ming's secrets, what use would that be? He bitterly smiled and hoarsely said, "Kill me." "As you wish." Lin Ming waved his hand and the good fortune saint's son's soul disintegrated into fragments that flew into the magic cube. In that moment, the good fortune saint's son truly died. His spatial ring and weapons were all taken by Lin Ming. As for his corpse that had lost all blood vitality, Lin Ming simply flicked his finger, sending out a fireball that burnt the corpse into ashes. With another thought, Lin Ming appeared within the magic cube space. Currently, Lin Ming had become increasingly proficient in using the magic cube. He could now directly read through the memories of the soul fragments as if he were flipping through a book and didn't need to absorb them. To Lin Ming, the memories of the good fortune saint's son were extremely important. There were many things he wanted to find out, and the most important was the good fortune divine art. At this stage, Lin Ming's greatest opponent was the good fortune saint sovereign, and the good fortune divine art was the good fortune saint sovereign's strongest ability. This seemed to be a peak true divinity cultivation method. Lin Ming possessed far too many cultivation methods. Just the Asura laws and Holy Scripture laws were two of the highest laws of martial arts and more than enough for him to perceive. He just didn't have the time or energy to study the good fortune divine art. But even if he didn't study it, he still had to understand it. Know oneself and know your enemy, and be undefeated in 1,000 battles. What Lin Ming wanted to do now was to find the weakness within the good fortune divine art. The good fortune saint's son had an Empyrean realm cultivation and possessed a profound understanding of the good fortune divine art. In his memories, the good fortune divine art had a total of 12 levels. The good fortune saint's son had only practiced to the 9th level, but he knew the content of the first 11 levels. As for the final 12th level, only the good fortune saint's sovereign knew the details behind it. This cultivation method was indeed at the peak true divinity level. Compared to the Asura Sutra and Holy Scripture, it was only slightly worse. Even the good fortune saint sovereign didn't seem to have practiced this cultivation method to perfection. In other words, this cultivation method wasn't created by the good fortune saint sovereign, but was an ancient inheritance he had obtained. Within the good fortune saint's son's memories, the good fortune divine art originated from the primeval realm ruins. As for who had created it, no one knew. After the good fortune saint sovereign obtained the good fortune divine art, he spent 100 million years to slowly add in his own understandings and improve this cultivation method. Many peerless cultivation methods were not completed by a single person. This included the Holy Scripture and Ajura Sutra that Lin Ming practiced. He himself had added in his understandings of his 6 lives of reincarnation, and had even slowly started to fuse the two together. In Lin Ming's hands, these 2 peak roads of martial arts had become completely different from what they were in the past. Lin Ming read through the content of the Good Fortune Divine Art a little at a time. The more he read, the more startled he became. From the past, he understood that the Good Fortune Divine Art granted the ability to seize the power of good fortune. The so-called good fortune was nature itself. If a true divinity displayed this technique, they could suck dry the essence energy of a world, turning it into a dead land. However, as he delved deeper into the laws, the speculations Lin Ming had before became increasingly clear as he affirmed them. Lin Ming discovered that the Good Fortune Divine Art's ability to swallow the power of a world was similar to famine. Famine could swallow anything, but it focused on swallowing flesh and blood. The Good Fortune Divine Art focused on swallowing the power of a world. If the two were combined. In that instant, Lin Ming felt his blood run cold. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's improvements on the Good Fortune Divine Art had mostly concerned this aspect. To swallow flesh and blood, that was equal to swallowing the body. To swallow the power of the world, that was equal to swallowing the universe. This just happened to be the same as Lin Ming's own path of cultivation. That was, joining together the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra and combining the universe of the body with the universe of the world. Lin Ming could finally see the road the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign wanted to walk down. His ambitions were too great. He wanted to practice the laws of swallowing to their limit, stepping beyond divinity and even surpassing the Ajura Roadmaster. If the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had planned to this step, humanity alone naturally wouldn't be enough to satisfy him. He would inevitably strike out against the Spiritas. Lin Ming suspected that in the end, when the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had swallowed everything to the limit, would he even let the saint race off? For someone to go this far, were they even a person? Perhaps calling him a monster wasn't enough to describe him. However, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign would not stop on his road. This was all because of his ambitions. He wouldn't resign himself to eventually returning to dust, he wouldn't resign himself to being subject to the highest heavenly Tao. Upon reaching the level he was at, there was nothing in this world that could captivate the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign besides absolute strength and eternal life. Chapter 2050, Never Abandon. When Lin Ming emerged from the magic cube space, his heart had become filled with worries. It had to be known that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was only one of the enemies he was destined to face. But just the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign alone played such a grand and complex game. In the eyes of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, the only person capable of playing against him was the Soul Emperor. Just what was the Soul Emperor plotting? As Lin Ming thought of the Soul Emperor, he inevitably recalled Shang Mei. Lin Ming had met with Shang Mei over 6,000 years ago in the Soul World. There, he had wanted to pay a price in order to facilitate an alliance between humanity and the Spiritas. But the result was that his proposal had been refused by Shang Mei. Now that he thought of it, this was also completely normal. Whether it was the Soul Emperor or Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, both of them thought that humanity was nothing but a tiny chess piece within the grand game they were playing. If humanity were to undergo a great apocalyptic calamity in which they went extinct, this would be no different from a chess piece being taken off the board. Lin Ming fell silent as he thought of the words he spoke to Shang Mei, his mind in deep contemplation, as if his thoughts were wrapped in fog. Why are you sighing? I'm sighing over your destiny. Lin Ming, you are like a moth drawn to the flame. Even though you know a raging fire is in front of you, you still desperately plunge into the roaring flames. Me, I am also a moth. Lin Ming, let me ask you one more time. Are you willing to abandon humanity, abandon everything, and follow me in reaching the peak of martial arts, probing the limits of the road of martial arts, establishing a vast world that lies separate from the 33 heavens, and become rulers of that world? Forget the words I've said tonight. Lin Ming thought back to the words they shared. He thought of the thoughts he had at the time, the thought of being hunted down by soaring feather god King and then being shifted into the Skyspill planet by Chiang Mai, and even the sad face she had when she left after stealing away his source soul force. Without a doubt, Chiang Mai had her own story, and it was because of the Soul Emperor that her story was filled with sorrow and pain. She didn't wish to, but she eventually had to make a choice. It was just that Lin Ming didn't know the secrets behind her choices. "Brother Lin, what is it?" Xiao Moxian asked as she saw the peculiar expression on Lin Ming's face. Lin Ming shook his head. "It's nothing. I was just recalling some past events. I'm worried about what the Spiritas are planning." When Lin Ming met up with Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, and Qin Xingxuan, he had 6 hours before his battle with the Good Fortune Saint Sun. During this time, Lin Ming recounted his experiences to them, and Xiao Moxian also learned about Chiang Mai and the Soul Emperor. Xiao Moxian didn't continue this topic. She instead said, "Dragon Fong has arrived." "Dragon Fong?" Lin Ming was startled. He suddenly remembered that in the backup troops that came, there were few ships, but their war strength was incredible. Yes, in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy there was not just Xiao Moxian but also Dragon Fong. During these past years, both forces had worked together to harass and divert Good Fortune Saint Sun. Dragon Fong was slightly weaker than Xiao Moxian, and Xiao Moxian also had Lin Huang at her side. It was obvious that Dragon Fong had a much more difficult time surviving in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Thinking about it, Dragon Fong shouldn't have been too far away from this area. So, when he saw the light from the massive explosion, he rushed over. "Dragon Fong broke into the Empyrean realm," Xiao Moxian suddenly said. Lin Ming was bewildered to hear this. Dragon Fong was about his age, and to break into the Empyrean realm at 6,000 to 7,000 years of age was a bit too exaggerated. However, this was likely because of the Great Calamity. With the arrival of disaster, many geniuses grew rapidly. If this calamity continued on and more human martial artists perished, there would also be more powerhouses that rose from their ashes. After the tides washed the sand away, true gold would emerge. To the weak this great calamity was a living hell, but to geniuses this great calamity was a stage set for their growth. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then took out a jade slip from his spatial ring. This was the sound transmission mark of the Mount Potala Wartime Alliance. It was about time for humanity to reunite. Currently, the invincible forces of the Saints had been slowly whittled away. Although humanity couldn't engage in a counterattack, they could at least resist the Saints head-on before the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign left seclusion. Moreover, there was something else he wanted to do. Lin Ming wanted to find out news about Mo Eversnow through the Human Intelligence Network. According to what Xiao Moxian knew, Mo Eversnow had left early on in the Great Calamity, and as for where she went, Xiao Moxian didn't know. But Mo Eversnow had brought Fishy away with her. There might be some human Empyreans that would know where Mo Eversnow had gone. "Let's go. We're returning to the base of Demon Fairy Palace," Lin Ming said. Lin Ming, ha ha ha. Within a brightly lit hall of Demon Fairy Palace, a tall and robust middle-aged man strode in, a group of silver-armored warriors following close behind him. As these silver-armored warriors saw Lin Ming, visible excitement shined in their eyes. This middle-aged man was Empyrean Vast Universe. Empyrean Vast Universe stretched out a hand and slapped Lin Ming's shoulder. "I knew it. I knew a brat like you wouldn't have died so easily. It's been 6,500 years and you finally returned. Good. Too good. This is just far too good." Empyrean Vast Universe shouted, his complexion beaming. In the past, he and Divine Dream were the human Empyreans who had noticed Lin Ming's capabilities first. At the time, Empyrean Vast Universe only thought Lin Ming was a genius with excellent talent who would become an Empyrean in the future. He even believed he had underestimated in his judgment of Lin Ming, but he never thought that his underestimation would be so great. Now, Lin Ming was already able to create the miracle of reversing this war. Who would have thought that the somewhat naive and childish youth of the past would become the great hero that reversed the great calamity? Senior Vast Universe. Seeing Empyrean Vast Universe, Lin Ming was also excited. When the Saints began their full invasion of humanity, the human elites had to evacuate the divine realm to guarantee the continuation of their inheritance. In order to safely arrive at the wild universe, the armies of the human Empyreans, led by Divine Dream, had to go to Bright Luster World to block the advance of the Saints. An Empyrean Vast Universe had been one of these brave Empyreans. Lin Ming knew that Empyrean Vast Universe's strength wasn't considered strong amongst the many human Empyreans, and he worried that Empyrean Vast Universe would perish in battle. After all, this was an elder that he respected, and he also appreciated Empyrean Vast Universe for having recognized him in the past. As Lin Ming saw Empyrean Vast Universe standing alive in front of him, he was overjoyed from the depths of his heart. Don't call me senior anymore. Boy, you are the hero of humanity. If Divine Dream were to see you now, she would definitely be happy. Senior Divine Dream, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. I heard Senior Divine Dream was fighting two other Saint True divinities in a different wild universe. How is the current situation? Empyrean Vast Universe shook his head. I don't have much of an understanding about how she is doing. When Divine Dream sent a message to me, she instructed me on how humanity should continue the war, and she also conveniently mentioned that she was engaged in battle with two true divinities. Oh? What instructions did Senior Divine Dream give? It was very simple, just a single word: endure. Divine Dream wants the various human forces to go into hiding and not to directly confront the Saints. We're to use guerrilla tactics to engage them in order to drag out as much time as we can. Now, it seems that we really managed to wait for our favorable turn to appear. Empyrean Vast Universe laughed once more. Lin Ming's appearance had truly been their favorable turn. As for Divine Dream's current situation, I only know the approximate difference in strength between her and the other two true divinities. If Divine Dream and Soaring Feather God King were to be compared alone, it's hard to say if either of them could truly harm the other. But if Divine Dream were to face Astral Vault God King, she has a considerable superiority over him. This is mainly due to the height of the laws they cultivated when they stepped into true divinity, and also because her cultivation methods naturally restrain his. Astral Vault God King has a formidable mortal body, but he is weak when it comes to the spiritual sea and mental strength. Against someone like Divine Dream, who is familiar with illusions and soul attacks, he suffers far too great a loss. Divine Dream said she used her Divine Dream Space to trap Astral Vault God King, and then she was able to lead Soaring Feather God King around. Like this, she was able to fight 1 against 2. But this is also because Astral Vault God King and Soaring Feather God King have no intentions of going all out against Divine Dream. If they did, Astral Vault God King could simply burn his blood essence, and even if he can't see through the illusions of the Divine Dream Space, he can still use brute force to break through the Divine Dream Space's force field enchantment. I see. Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief. He was originally afraid something might have happened to Divine Dream since she was fighting 1 against 2, but it seems the situation was better than he hoped. You don't need to worry about Divine Dream. I've known her for more than 10 million years, and I personally know just how fierce she is. In the past, she and I both participated in a great tournament similar to the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. Afterwards, we adventured together, passed through dangers together, and explored mystic realms together. She has always been creating miracles. Between her and I, our relationship is just like, as Empyrean Vast Universe spoke to hear, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. He laughed and said, "It's just like you and Hang Chi. You always seem to be making moves that defy all common sense, and when it comes to you, there doesn't seem like there is anything that is impossible." As for Hang Chi, he's an honest and diligent person who works hard on his cultivation, just like me. These days, honest people like me really find it hard to keep up, From the time he saw Lin Ming, Empyrean Vast Universe didn't stop laughing. In the last 6,000 some years, he hadn't smiled so brightly and openly. Well, enough of me. Let's go, there are many other people waiting to see you. Lin Ming contacted Emperor Sakya, who in turn contacted the different human influences through the sound transmission marks he had. For a long time, innumerable human influences started gathering at the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. At this time, outside of Demon Fairy Palace, a massive number of ordinary warriors gathered. A part of them were holy lords, some were young divine lord powerhouses, and there were even some divine transformation realm juniors who weren't strong enough to enter the battlefield and were only part of the reserve forces. Seeing Lin Ming appear, all these warriors began to crazily cheer. When a nation was in danger, whether it was warriors seeing a beloved leader or the common people seeing their warriors return in triumph, it was difficult for them to suppress the excitement in their hearts. Lin Ming undying. Humanity forever. It was unknown who started shouting this, but others also began shouting it in agreement. Lin Ming undying. Humanity forever. Lin Ming undying. Humanity forever. The cheers were like tsunamis crashing into each other. A million martial artists shouting out at the top of their lungs created a terrifying roar that echoed into the heavens, shaking the vast starry skies. Warriors yelled with arms raised high. Some people couldn't help but happily lift their weapons. Young girls openly sobbed and held on to each other. At this time, everyone's hearts were joined as one, beating in unison. Every person, whether they were ordinary warriors, officers of the army, Empyreans with long lives who had passed through the difficulties of wind and rain, or even Lin Ming who stood above the walls of Demon Fairy Palace looking down at the world below, at this moment, everyone seemed infected by this atmosphere. Their blood boiled over as they shouted out loud, their voices brimming with joy and excitement that they were unable to restrain. They all deeply felt that in these dangerous times, humanity was joined together in an unprecedented moment of unity and bravery. At this time, even Lin Ming couldn't help but feel hot tears stream down his face. In his heart, he knew that this was the race he would belong to forever, and he would also fight for his people forever. His friends, his family, his descendants, they were all part of the human race and were something he could never abandon. Chapter 2051, Gathering in the Hidden Dragon. Even a full month after Lin Ming defeated the Good Fortune Legion, the humans within the wild universe were still seething with excitement. Using various information networks, the Mount Potala Wartime Alliance proudly spread out news of Lin Ming's continued victories over the past months, including the crushing defeat of the Legion of Famine and the destruction of the Joint Saint Legions and the Good Fortune Legion. That were 3 continual great victories. In particular the last battle, when Lin Ming had killed the Good Fortune Saint's son and broken the Saint Army's trump card, pushing the morale of humanity to the extreme. In these past days, all of the various human influences were excitedly speaking to each other, gather in the Hidden Dragon. Emperor Sakya used Lin Ming's name to gather all human influences to convene in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Besides Lin Ming's illustrious victories, Emperor Sakya hadn't said a single word about their future plans. However, many people felt that the gathering of all forces in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy was the beginning of something new, perhaps even the start of their return to the Divine Realm. To push their way back into the Divine Realm. This last thought left many enchanted by its possibilities. They all remembered what had been said. Until the day humanity's comrades in the wild universe returned to the Divine Realm, they would never forget the sacrifices that were made. This was the faith of humanity. Whether it was the humans in the wild universe or the humans in the Divine Realm, for their race, they would sacrifice all. As time passed, more and more people gathered in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Slowly, this star territory turned into the central headquarters of humanity. Since the war in the wild universe began, this was the first time humanity had established their own true and solid base. By the time half the human influences had gathered, the various rulers of humanity gathered together and convened a meeting of the highest importance. Those that attended this meeting were all people who possessed a fighting strength at the Empyrean realm or above. Emperor Sakya, Great Limitless Buddha, Empyrean Vast Universe, Hang Chi, June Blue Moon, Dragon Fong, Dark Demon Monarch, Skyren Godlord, Daiwahen, and so forth, all had come for this meeting. The reason for this meeting was to formulate a plan for humanity to launch a counteroffensive into the divine realm. According to the memories that Lin Ming had obtained from the Good Fortune Saint Sun Soul, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was swallowing the 9 divine shift essence gathering system, and in order to do that had to consume a tremendous amount of time and energy. It would take him at least several hundred or even over 1,000 years to finish. If he were to stop midway during this process, all his previous efforts would come to nothing. To the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, this would mean a tremendous loss in strength. If this occurred, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign would find it hard to resist the heavenly tribulation brought down upon him for trying to tamper with the highest heavenly Tao. With his origin energy severely damaged, there was even a possibility that he would perish. On the other hand, if the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was able to withstand the baptism of heavenly tribulation and survive, he would obtain enormous benefits. Humanity needed to fight during this time period. While the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was deep in seclusion, they would give the saints a major blow. Drawing back, even if the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign were to recklessly leave seclusion to prevent this, humanity would simply do as they did before and scatter in all directions within the wild universe. No matter how strong the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was, it was impossible for him alone to annihilate humanity. In the vast and complex wild universe with its bizarre terrains, once humanity were to disperse here and hide in the different star territories, then who knew how much time it would take for the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign to search through each territory and kill off the humans he found. As for Lin Ming and Empyrean Divine Dream, one could use the bodily rebirth technique and the other could use profound illusion and concealment skills to hide away in the universe, so that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign would never be able to find them. Currently, humanity's plan was to take this time period and eliminate as many of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's minions as they could. With each Saint Empyrean they killed, humanity would be that much safer in the future. In the meeting, the human rulers nominated Lin Ming to be the leader of humanity. While Divine Dream wasn't present, he would be given full command of all war powers. However, Lin Ming refused this idea. Lin Ming's response caused Empyrean Vast Universe's eyes to pop open. Boy, don't decline this now. In the human race, your prestige has already reached the peak, even surpassing Divine Dream. If you don't do this, who will? However, Lin Ming still shook his head. I thank all the seniors here for the honor, but leading the troops to war is something that truly doesn't suit me. In truth, there are many matters I have to attend to, and although I can lead the human armies back to the divine realm, even if we retake the divine realm, that doesn't mean that we have defeated the saints in the war. If the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign doesn't die, the battle will never end. Moreover, our enemies might not be just the saints. As Lin Ming said this, the various human rulers were startled. Could the reason the Spiritas have been standing idly by for all these years be because they intend on sweeping in at the end? In the eyes of those present, the Spiritas were a mysterious race on par with the saints. If what Lin Ming said was true, this was bad news. Lin Ming shook his head. I'm not sure of the exact details. I shall speak frankly. No matter how magnificent the successes of our human armies in the battlefield, the truth is that this will not shake the foundation of the saints. The Good Fortune Saint Sun and the other 4 saint generals didn't know that I possessed the ability to control famine, allowing me to catch them off guard and wipe out the Good Fortune Legion and Legion of Famine. Although this might seem like a wondrous feat, it actually isn't anything at all. If we truly wish to face the saints and Spiritas, there is only a single possibility, and that is that amongst humanity there appears a character who can compete with the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign and Soul Emperor. As Lin Ming spoke these words, everyone fell silent. Lin Ming wasn't wrong, and the human rulers present also understood this in their heart. However, in their subconscious, they found themselves unwilling to face the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. To develop a plan to retake the divine realm seemed ambitious and brave, but the truth was that as long as they couldn't resolve the problem that was the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, everything they did was mere illusions. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was simply far too powerful. Without noticing it, the human powerhouses had already lost the courage to face him, and they didn't even want to think about it. Emperor Sakya thought for a moment. Lin Ming, what you say is right. But we still must return to the divine realm. As for leading the troops, leave that to us. You go and handle your matters. But we will still name you as the leader. Just your name alone is the source of our morale. Great. Lin Ming agreed. Like this meeting of the highest level came to an end. Lin Ming took on the mantle as spiritual leader of humanity. In the absence of divine dream, he possessed the highest authority, whether it was in name or reality. However, the ones truly responsible for the war and the ones that would control military authority would be Emperor Sakya, Dark Demon Monarch, and Skyren Godlord. With them at the head, they would add in a few other highly influential and powerful Empyreans to compose a supreme military council. Everyone, I will leave the war plans to retake the divine realm to you. There are matters that I must finish first. As for the battle in retaking the divine realm, I won't participate in that either. However, I will leave behind the Legion of Famine and the Good Fortune Saint Palace. When Lin Ming said this, Emperor Sakya was stunned. Lin Ming, there are more important things you must do? I want to confirm some suspicion I have, but before then I must obtain more strength. In these upcoming days, I plan on breaking into the Empyrean realm. Lin Ming slowly said. The supreme phantom in his inner world had already taken shape. In truth, when he refined Soaring Feather's life blood essence, he had already gained the ability to break through. The reason he waited until now was so that he could absorb Famine's flesh and blood essence. With the power of demons in Famine's avatar, he could make up for the lack of the power of demons in his body, allowing the power of divinity and power of demons to enter equilibrium. With this, once Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm, his strength would experience a qualitative change. You want to break into the Empyrean realm. Hearing Lin Ming's plan, Emperor Sakya, Vast Universe, Dark Demon Monarch, and the others were all dazed. As for the many human rulers present, many of them had just arrived at the Hidden Dragon Galaxy and didn't know what Lin Ming's exact cultivation was. The laws that Lin Ming cultivated were far too mysterious. The road he walked diverged too greatly from the traditional cultivation system that humans followed, so most people couldn't see his boundary. They simply assumed he had already broken in the Empyrean realm. But as they heard that Lin Ming had yet to break into the Empyrean realm, they were all left dumbfounded. Without having reached the Empyrean realm, he had still managed to eliminate the Good Fortune Saint's son and destroy the Good Fortune Legion. Just how had he accomplished this? If he truly broke into the Empyrean realm, what would happen then? That's amazing. Empyrean Vast Universe laughed. Once you break into the Empyrean realm, humanity simply need not fear the saints. Lin Ming smiled. In order to break into the Empyrean realm, I might need to go into seclusion for several months. During this time, Soaring Feather God King might catch up to us. If she does arrive, take Fairy Blue Lotus as a hostage. I don't think she will ignore the life of her most beloved disciple just because she has a relationship of benefits with the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. The reason Lin Ming had allowed Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon to live was because he needed a card in his hand. Now was the time to use that card. At any time, he could draw out the flesh and blood of Famine from their bodies and restore their free will. Chapter 2052, True Divinities Gather. Within the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, in a separate starry space isolated out by an array formation, Lin Ming sat within the flesh and blood of Famine, his eyes closed in meditation. At this moment, Lin Ming had already completely refined this avatar of Famine. It was simply far too large, and even if Lin Ming had already refined it, wanting to easily control every part of its body required a long period of adaptation. This was all because Lin Ming's soul force was formidable and he also possessed Famine's soul. As for someone like the Good Fortune Saint's son, he had controlled Famine using the spirit mark that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign left behind. In the Good Fortune Saint's son's clumsy hands, this avatar that possessed a middle true divinity level strength could only display abilities that made it invincible at the Empyrean realm. When Lin Ming swam in the flesh and blood of famine and completely controlled this true divinity-level avatar, it was only then that he could feel how terrifying it was. From appearance, it seemed to be a massive ball of flesh and blood. But the truth was that it was filled with an incomparably mystical strength and incredibly complex laws, as if there was a bizarre and strange demonic world within. This world was filled with bloodthirst and rage. Every wisp of blood soared into the skies, filled with 10,000 phantoms that wailed and cried. But at the same time, this world was overflowing with spiritual matter. It was flooded with divine chains composed of infinite law runes, vast and boundless. The source of some of these laws originated from famine itself, but the majority of them had been swallowed up. The ever-changing laws formed this macabre yet magnificent scene before him. As Lin Ming wandered through this sea of laws, he continued to look and search, his divine sense rapidly passing over thousands of law chains. He didn't bother with Empyrean-level laws, instead he was searching for something in particular. Even though Lin Ming's divine sense was powerful, famine had simply swallowed far too many laws in the billions of years of its life. He had to withdraw his mental strength several times before finally finding an unusual divine chain in this endlessly mystical world. This divine chain spanned across the skies, seeming to be sprinkled with endless starlight. It shined with a myriad of colors. It was as beautiful as a dream. The moment Lin Ming saw this divine chain, his mind shook. His eyes began to shimmer with excitement. He could feel his blood vitality being drawn toward this divine chain's alluring strength. His heart began to race and the blood within his body quickened. Within his spine, between his eyebrows, in his heart, and all throughout his body in a total of 9 spots, he began to feel a burning heat. He faintly sensed something wonderful, as if he were resonating with this divine chain. This is it. Lin Ming's breath paused for a brief moment. This divine chain was the causal link between humanity and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace heavenly Tao law that famine had swallowed, and then condensed into a chain of the highest laws of the 33 heavens. If he could cut this off and refine it, what would happen then? This divine chain wasn't complete, and only contained a small portion of the samsara of cause and effect that linked the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and humanity together. The vast majority was undoubtedly located in famine's true body, underneath the control of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Only when he obtained the main body of famine would Lin Ming be able to truly liberate the causal link that connected humanity with their lost heavenly Tao. This would be equal to doing a great deed for the entire human race. 6 billion years ago, the ancient era's Saint Sovereign had cut off one of humanity's arms. Now, Lin Ming would take it back. Lin Ming even suspected that the destiny of the primal god race and celestials might be sealed within famine's body. Why would the ancient races decline? Why would the primal god race find it difficult to reproduce? All of this might be connected to the abyssal demons. Lin Ming sat down beneath the divine chain. He didn't immediately sever it. After all, this was something that involved the highest existences of the heavenly Tao and might trigger a heavenly tribulation. With Lin Ming's current strength, wanting to shake laws of this level was a bit beyond him. So, he planned to first break into the Empyrean realm. By this point in time, Lin Ming had more than enough accumulations. He had used almost 7,000 years to cultivate through multiple reincarnations, slowly firming his foundation. Now, he was ready to take the next step. Slowly, Lin Ming entered the fused martial intent state, becoming like a statue. As he sensed the demonic power emanating from famine's avatar, he also quickened the divine spiritual power in his inner world. Within his mind, countless deductions took place as he slowly forgot the passing of time. The highest laws within existence were in these 2 strengths. If he could fuse the power of divinity and demons together, forming a yin-yang balance and achieving harmony, there would be inconceivable effects that followed. But this was also extremely dangerous. In order to have 2 extreme forces achieve harmonious integration, there were billions of ways the balance could be lost. Once Lin Ming lost control of the process, he could even fall into obsession. If anyone else were to try this, it would be the same as suicide. Even for Lin Ming, he had to be cautious. The flesh and blood of famine melted into beams of energy that poured into Lin Ming's body. He began to breathe blood vitality. The demonic power in this flesh and blood dissolved into threads of blood-red laws that rushed toward Lin Ming's divine soul. Lin Ming stood still. His eyes were slowly infected with red, as if he were soaking in a blood pond of hell. He didn't hurry to refine this power of demons. Rather, he spurred on the power of divinity within his body, allowing it to resonate with the power of demons within him. The so-called power of divinity was actually a fusion of astral essence, true essence, and spirit essence. Whether it was the power of divinity or the power of demons, in the end they were merely forms of energy. Energy and laws were two different things. The amount of energy that one possessed was the symbol that represented their strength. It could nearly be equated with their cultivation rank. But comprehension of laws represented the rate at which a martial artist could utilize this energy. The higher the laws one comprehended, the greater their combat strength would be amongst those of the same rank. The quality of energy was divided into ranks, and laws were also the same. Now, Lin Ming's laws nearly stood at the peak of martial arts. His fusion of the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra was something that had never occurred, from ancient times until now. In terms of energy, he wanted to fuse together the power of divinity and demons, stepping onto a path no one had ever traveled. Slowly, more and more demon power gathered within Lin Ming. He began to recklessly absorb and refine it. Great Tao laws drilled out without end, drawing in the power of Famine's avatar into Lin Ming. All of this power was the essence of Famine's strength, and every wisp was extremely precious. As Lin Ming swallowed more and more of this strength, his body slowly turned blood red. Every pore on his body exuded demonic energy, as if he were transpiring blood. This strength was far too powerful. Even for Lin Ming, who possessed a nearly indestructible body, the attack of this strength nearly burst him apart. Underneath this wild impact, Lin Ming's skin and flesh began to peel away in fragments. But as his skin and flesh peeled away, the life essence within them turned into a red flow of energy that was reabsorbed into Lin Ming's body. Finally, all that was shed was old skin. This situation continued without end. 1 day, 2 days, a month, 2 months. Lin Ming had no idea how long this period of seclusion would continue on for. The power of demons contained within Famine was far too formidable. If he wanted to absorb it all and also achieve yin-yang harmony within his body, this would be a long process, and there couldn't be a single accident that occurred in the meantime. This period of time was long enough for many matters to occur. Soaring Feather arrived. And she arrived abruptly. In fact, ever since Lin Ming went into seclusion, the human leaders within the Hidden Dragon Galaxy were all waiting for Soaring Feather to appear. After all, as the gathering point for all human influences in the wild universe, they were in a semi-open space within the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. In addition, Fairy Blue Lotus had been held by them for several months. It would instead be strange if Soaring Feather didn't come. However, they didn't think that not only would Soaring Feather come, but Astral Vault God King would follow her here. His figure was as great as an iron tower, and his entire body seemed to be formed from metal. He didn't have a single hair on his body. He didn't even have hair or eyelashes, and his head shined like translucent crystal. In normal times, Astral Vault God King's body would shimmer with a glorious light that emitted a powerful pressure. But now, this light had weakened a great deal, indicating that Astral Vault God King had consumed a great deal of energy. He had strained himself in his battle with Divine Dream. 2 true divinities had gathered. As Emperor Sakya, Dark Demon Monarch, Skyrend Godlord, and the many other human Empyreans simultaneously faced these 2 legendary existences of the Saint race, their hearts shrank and their complexions turned ugly. Facing these 2 people, the strength they had gathered at the Hidden Dragon Galaxy wasn't worthy of mention at all. But as humanity was in a tense state, the distant skies twisted once more. A woman in a pale blue dress walked out. She held an ice blue divine sword in her right hand, and a sea blue band was wrapped around her left, like a goddess who had stepped out of the highest 9 heavens. Seeing this woman, Emperor Sakya let out a breath of relief. Divine Dream. Divine Dream had also arrived. With the saints and humans combined, 3 true divinities had gathered. Chapter 2053, Threaten. Seeing Divine Dream appear, a cold light flashed in Soaring Feather's eyes. If it weren't for Divine Dream, it wouldn't have been such a long time before she was able to return to this wild universe. The 33 heavens were simply far too broad. No matter how fast a true divinity was, it was impossible for them to travel through an entire universe by flying. If they wished to travel through a universe, they had to use Great Void Shifts. But using Great Void Shifts required time, and not just that, but it couldn't be interrupted midway. For someone in the midst of battle, it was a nearly impossible feat to complete. Although Divine Dream couldn't harm Soaring Feather, just harassing her so that she couldn't use a Great Void Shift wasn't difficult. It was only afterwards that Soaring Feather God King helped Astral Vault God King in ridding himself of the shackles of the Divine Dream space. Then, with Astral Vault God King delaying her, she had been able to withdraw and use the Great Void Shift to travel through space. Divine Dream certainly wouldn't allow Soaring Feather to return to the wild universe so easily. She had already locked onto Soaring Feather, and like this, a grand chase began. During the process, they exchanged moves several times. With Astral Vault God King butting his way in, the 3 true divinities blocked each other. It was only after several months that they just managed to return to the wild universe. Because of this, whether it was Soaring Feather, Divine Dream, or Astral Vault, all of them had consumed a great deal of energy. At this time, their appearance in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy had caused the situation to become complex. As Soaring Feather God King saw Emperor Sakya and the others, her face darkened. When she entered the wild universe and was flying towards this area, she quickly contacted the intelligence networks of the Saints to find out whatever information there was, and she discovered that the humans had started to gather in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. However, she didn't think this gathering would be so thorough. As she roughly passed her sense over the area, she noticed there were dozens of human Empyreans in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, and nearly all of the several peak Empyreans were here. Divine Dream, you chased me for such a long time, from that nameless universe all the way to this wild universe, and now you've finally caught up to me. Are you in such a hurry to fight me? Then, let's do it here. As Soaring Feather God King spoke, feathers drifted down from the endless skies, forming an invisible force field that rapidly expanded outwards. This force field formed incredibly quickly. It almost instantly covered the surrounding million miles of the star territory, completely shrouding the human alliance. With this true divinity force field here, it would be difficult for humanity to break out. And once 3 true divinities started to fight in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, it would be catastrophic for the humans gathered here. At this time, Soaring Feather's expressionless face was filled with cold, killing intent. Ha ha ha. Wonderful idea. We've been playing around all this time, and today we should finally get serious. Even if I have to consume a little of my life, it doesn't matter. Perhaps I might even be able to gain some comprehensions in this fight. Astral Vault God King laughed, and pure golden astral essence gushed out from his body, burning all around him like a blazing golden flame. As he struggled with Divine Dream, he had spent most of the time trapped in the Divine Dream space. From start to finish, he had never truly fought her, causing Astral Vault God King to be extremely annoyed and angry. Now, he wanted to vent his frustrations. Astral Vault and Soaring Feather's response caused Divine Dream to frown. After she entered the wild universe, it became much easier to transmit news, and she had already received a sound transmission from Emperor Sakya that informed her of Lin Ming's return. She had been overjoyed to learn this, but she didn't think the situation would devolve to this step. If they really did fight here, then the consequences would be inconceivable. Where is Lin Ming? Call him out. Soaring Feather God King's voice seemed to come from the 9 Nether Abyss. Her incarnation had been defeated by Lin Ming and then refined by him. As for her most beloved disciple Fairy Blue Lotus, she had no idea whether she was alive or not. When she first learned Lin Ming was still alive, Soaring Feather God King was unbelievably shocked. She had killed Lin Ming thousands of years ago. But reality had been laid before her. Soaring Feather carefully recalled her memories of killing Lin Ming, and she came to an incomparably startling result, one that even left her feeling a bit fearful. That was that some mysterious person had used an unbelievable technique and illusion skills far more profound than her own to deceive her. The one she actually killed might have been a scapegoat who looked similar to Lin Ming, but at the time she had sincerely believed that she had killed him. Just who had the ability to do this? Without a doubt, this mysterious person was far stronger than she was. And according to the techniques this person used, they must be a peerless master in terms of the soul and mental strength. Once she realized this, the person's identity became far too apparent. When it came to the soul and mental strength, no one could compare with the Spiritas. And although the Spiritas had several true divinities, including even Soul Emperor Divine Void in the Azura Road, none of these people possessed the ability to fool her. If she disregarded those powerhouses that were hidden away and no one knew if they actually existed or not, and she also disregarded the rumored old monsters that were said to still exist from 10 billion years ago, then this mysterious person could only be the 33 Heavens Soul Emperor. Soaring Feather didn't know why the Soul Emperor would help Lin Ming. Could he be planning to cultivate Lin Ming so that he could be an enemy of the saints? To sit on the mountaintop and watch tigers fight, this was a reasonable explanation. However, to raise a fierce tiger just so he could send it out to fight, didn't the Soul Emperor fear that his actions would bring disaster unto himself? All sorts of doubts passed through Soaring Feather's mind, but right now she couldn't think of all of this. This time she had come to capture Lin Ming and settle the account of her incarnation being destroyed as well as the unknown fate of her disciple. If Lin Ming wouldn't come out, then she would wash the hidden dragon galaxy in blood. Shwa! At this time, another divine light came shrouding down. A thin force field emerged from Empyrean Divine Dream's body, covering the hidden dragon galaxy. But, the scope of this force field was smaller and merely covered humanity's spirit ships. This was equal to isolating Soaring Feather from humanity. Seeing this, Astral Vault God King sneered. Divine Dream, do you think that this alone is enough to block me? Destroying is always easier than protecting, and we have two people. Astral Vault crossed his arms against his chest and his voice began to drip with murder. There are also my two disciples. I want to find out what happened to them. With two God Kings aggressively approaching, the situation had spiraled out of control. It seemed that a battle would be sparked at any moment. At this time, Emperor Sakya stepped forwards. Two God Kings, do you both believe that Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon slaughtering humans is just and fine, that the countless trillions of human lives should be their military exploits, and our bones should be used to pave the road to true divinity for those three people? And once we resist and harm your disciples, we should be damned to destruction by the heavens and earth? Soaring Feather didn't respond to Emperor Sakya's words. With a blank face, she said, there is no right or wrong in war, only others killing others. If Blue Lotus kills your people, then you are perfectly justified in killing her. And if you've killed Blue Lotus, then it is simply cause and effect that I kill you in return. Indeed, there is no wrong party in war. Since ancient times the winner has always been king and the loser always the villain. Then, let me tell you something, regardless of whether it is Blue Lotus, High Sun, or Dark Moon, none of them have died. They are still alive. With this information, Soaring Feather felt her heart tighten. She let out a long breath. Blue Lotus was still alive. However, the icy expression on her face didn't melt away. Then have her come out. Soaring Feather God King said with a determined voice. However, Emperor Sakya flatly refused. I'm sorry, but this is impossible. Otherwise, once you forcefully take Blue Lotus away, you could then turn around and kill us all. How could we believe you? Are you threatening me? Soaring Feather God King slowly descended, her clothes fluttering all around her. Her terrifying pressure slowly seeped through Divine Dream's force field and covered Emperor Sakya. Emperor Sakya frowned. He summoned energy to resist the pressure and proudly said, "We are far from being able to threaten you. However, Lin Ming was the one who captured your apprentice, and releasing her is something that only he can decide." "Where is he?" Astral Vault God King asked. After he returned to the wild universe, he had still continued fighting with Divine Dream, so he had only hurriedly received information. He approximately understood that Lin Ming had appeared and that he had created a reversal in the war. He wanted to see just what this legendary super genius was like, the person said to be the #1 talent in the 33 heavens, and also the youth who managed to somehow escape Soaring Feather's chase in the past. Lin Ming, he is in seclusion. Seclusion? Yes. He is breaking through to the Empyrean realm. Emperor Sakya didn't hide anything. We have taken into account the possibility the saints might worry that once Lin Ming breaks into the Empyrean realm, his strength will reach the level of true divinities and the two of you will not be his match. So, you might try to eliminate Lin Ming ahead of time to remove any future troubles. Because of this, I can only keep your disciples as guests so that you two will quietly wait here for a few days. Emperor Sakya slowly said. Then, Astral Vault God King began to laugh. What did you say? After breaking through to the Empyrean realm, his strength will rise above true divinities and I won't be his match? That's too funny. Astral Vault God King mocked. The disparity between a true divinity and Empyrean was far too great. This wasn't something that originated from just the difference in cultivation, but also the difference in talent. There was no true divinity who wasn't a peerless genius. Long before Astral Vault God King stepped into the Empyrean realm, he had been able to battle peak Empyreans without being defeated. But afterwards, let alone at the Empyrean realm, even after reaching the true divinity realm, Astral Vault King couldn't say that he could be a match for those existences who had already been true divinities for a long time. It could even be said that he was relatively weak amongst true divinities. Of these true divinities, when they were at the Empyrean realm, just which ones had an inferior talent to Astral Vault? They had similar levels of talent and cultivation, so who could say they could jump ranks to fight? But in comparison to Astral Vault God King's mocking words, Soaring Feather was much more considerate. She thought for a moment and then said, "You have no need to try provoking me. It is useless. Lin Ming must be in seclusion within the Hidden Dragon Galaxy." Emperor Sakya didn't reply. Lin Ming had indeed gone into seclusion in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Before, Emperor Sakya had urged Lin Ming to search for some hiding place so that it would be more difficult for Soaring Feather to find him. This was to prevent Soaring Feather from experiencing a stroke of rage and disregarding Blue Lotus's life to strike out at Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming didn't do this. He was the one who called the human forces here, so how could he abandon them as soon as they arrived, using them as his shield? Moreover, Lin Ming believed that Soaring Feather wouldn't be rash in her actions. There were all sorts of reasons involved in this. Chapter 2054, God Kings Withdraw. It doesn't matter if you answer or not, I know that he is here. It seems he lacks fear. Soaring Feather coldly said. Her words contained a hint of anger. She felt that Lin Ming choosing to go into seclusion in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy and also using Fairy Blue Lotus as a hostage was a provocation against her authority. But before making such a provocation, Lin Ming had carefully considered the situation before coming to this decision. Firstly, it was impossible for Lin Ming to abandon the human armies that he had just gathered. Secondly, if Soaring Feather wanted to choose this time to attack Lin Ming, she would have to weigh the matter and decide if it was worth it. Once Soaring Feather attacked, Fairy Blue Lotus would immediately be killed. Losing her most beloved disciple that she had placed all her painstaking effort and care into was one matter, but the key issue was, could Soaring Feather confidently said that she could certainly kill Lin Ming? Over 6,000 years ago, Lin Ming had only been a holy lord with strength not worth mentioning. Soaring Feather had been a god king and she had even planted a true divinity mark in his body, chasing him through several great worlds to hunt him down. But in the end, she had failed. She analyzed this matter later and came to the possible conclusion that it was the Soul Emperor who had deceived her, but no matter what, it was a great blow to her confidence. Even the chase where she was absolutely sure she had killed Lin Ming had failed. Now, could she guarantee that this attempt would be successful? The present Lin Ming was soon about to become an Empyrean. And before becoming an Empyrean, he had created miracle after miracle, even reversing the war between humanity and the saints. He was not a character who could be easily dealt with. If Soaring Feather were to start a battle in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, then annihilating the human fleet and killing 20 to 30 Empyreans wouldn't be too difficult. But to kill Lin Ming, that was a completely different matter. Lin Ming had a great destiny upon his body that made him especially difficult to deal with. Moreover, he also had Divine Dream protecting him from the side. In a crucial moment, Soaring Feather didn't doubt that Divine Dream would rather sacrifice dozens of human Empyreans to ensure Lin Ming's survival. To Divine Dream, this wouldn't be difficult. Without killing Lin Ming and instead delaying his breakthrough, this was the same as completely and utterly offending him. It would cause serious consequences. A peerless monstrous genius like Lin Ming would have inconceivable future achievements. Even though Astral Vault God King didn't believe that Lin Ming could fight him after he broke into the Empyrean realm, he couldn't help but acknowledge that it wouldn't be long before Lin Ming surpassed him. Once Lin Ming grew up, he would surely search for Soaring Feather and Astral Vault to clear out this hatred. At that time, the result of what happened would be difficult to predict. To kill off the human elites here wasn't something that humanity could withstand. But if they failed to kill Lin Ming, wouldn't they also be unable to withstand the consequences? In the end, the only reason they were assisting the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was because of a combination of interests. They weren't to the point of having some undying grudge against Lin Ming. Lin Ming had already calculated that they wouldn't attack, thus his lack of fear. To be caught in a crux by a junior like this didn't have Soaring Feather feeling well, but on the other side, Lin Ming didn't kill Blue Lotus nor did he kill High Sun and Dark Moon. He had left them all a way out of this situation as he also didn't want to truly offend Soaring Feather and Astral Vault. Lin Ming didn't want to make these two his enemies, so he left a road to a peaceful solution that they could all take. If so, then these two God Kings also had to mull over whether or not they wanted to continue being enemies with Lin Ming. Soaring Feather fell silent. She had already imperiously rushed here with intent to kill, so retreating wasn't something that could be easily justified. Moreover, she hadn't seen Fairy Blue Lotus yet. You, the one called Emperor Sakya. Soaring Feather stared at Emperor Sakya without expression, also a bit startled by him. Emperor Sakya had already withstood her pressure for a considerable time. Although her pressure was weakened by Divine Dream's force field, it was amazing that he could still calmly speak to her. Yes. Emperor Sakya said, his tone neither arrogant nor servile. Good. Since Lin Ming dares to break into the Empyrean realm in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy and openly and honestly wait for me to arrive, why should I fear waiting a few more months until his seclusion is over? I will wait until Lin Ming breaks into the Empyrean realm and then come look for him again. As Soaring Feather spoke, she removed her force field blockade. Seeing the feathers fade away, Emperor Sakya let out a sigh of relief. Although he appeared calm and collected, the truth was that his nerves had been extremely taut. If the things Lin Ming left behind were unable to deter Soaring Feather and she fought here, then the consequences would be unthinkable. This was a loss that humanity would absolutely be unable to withstand. Soaring Feather, you're drawing back like this? Astral Vault God King didn't expect that the arrogant Soaring Feather would rush here from another universe in such anger and yet unexpectedly give up. I have already confirmed Blue Lotus is safe, so what do you want? Do you really plan on washing the Hidden Dragon Galaxy in blood? Soaring Feather God King asked with a sound transmission, an eyebrow lifted. But Astral Vault God King seemed to detect an unusual meaning in Soaring Feather's words. Soaring Feather, just what are you trying to say? Are you planning to slowly fade out from this war between races? I never said that. Soaring Feather shook her head. It's just that the current situation is different from before. You should also understand what is occurring. This war between the saints and humanity is not to help the saint race further expand their territory, and if I must be blunt, this great war between races is not fought for the saints, but for that person and his desire to realize his ambitions. The only reasons that we participated in this war were because we do not wish to offend him and because the conditions he put out were indeed tempting. But what if there was a change in this war? What if the future outcome of this war is different from what we expected? Soaring Feather asked in return, leaving Astral Vault stunned. It was several breaths of time before he responded to what Soaring Feather referred to. This wasn't because he was slow, but because he didn't think she would have such ideas. How could that possibly occur? Do you think Lin Ming alone has the strength to turn the tide? Do you really think so highly of a junior? Do you think that good fortune won't be able to deal with him? Astral Vault looked towards Soaring Feather with incredulity thick on his face. He had personally experienced just how profoundly terrifying the good fortune Saint Sovereign was. In his eyes, Lin Ming was indeed talented. However, when the good fortune Saint Sovereign was young, everyone also believed that he was omnipotent. Astral Vault God King didn't believe that a junior like Lin Ming could do anything to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. The disparity was simply too great. This is to prepare for a rainy day. Having one more plan means we have one more contingency escape route. You are being too cautious. Us two God Kings rushed all the way here in such a hurry, and yet we are supposed to be threatened and pushed away by a mere junior who hasn't even broken into the Empyrean realm yet? We haven't even seen his face. If this were to spread out, then we would be the laughingstock of the world. Astral Vault said, a bit breathless with rage. Soaring Feather was silent. She had to admit that what Astral Vault said was not without reason. At the very least, her actions seemed overly sensitive from an outsider's perspective, and everyone would ridicule them. But she would rather seem overly sensitive than provoke a terrifying future enemy for benefits that she hadn't yet obtained. Soaring Feather said, if you insist on fighting, then I won't stop you. How can I fight alone? Astral Vault uttered, speechless. Once Soaring Feather withdrew, there simply wasn't any chaos he could stir up. Not to mention Lin Ming, just Empyrean Divine Dream was more than he could handle. Without Soaring Feather here to help him, Divine Dream simply had to use the Divine Dream space to give him a headache. And if Divine Dream were to attack with her full power, then he might head in the wrong direction in the illusion and be struck with massive meteors from all sides. Compared to being forced to retreat by Lin Ming, that would be 100 times more humiliating. Forget it. Anyways, when the two of us decide something, it's always you making the decisions. But when it comes to Lin Ming, I only have this to say. Because you failed to kill Lin Ming over 6,000 years ago, your confidence was attacked, and now your actions are so timid when they concern him. Don't forget, when you chased down Lin Ming in the past, it was a terrifying character that you suspect to be the Soul Emperor who was meddling from the side. It had nothing to do with Lin Ming himself. I, Astral Vault, have lived for so many years, but this is the first time I have been pushed back by a junior who was in seclusion. This is simply far too humiliating. Astral Vault was already furious as he spoke to her. If you want to wait for Lin Ming to break into the Empyrean realm, then let's continue waiting. At that time, I want to see just what he can do after becoming an Empyrean. The conversation between Astral Vault and Soaring Feather was carried out through sound transmission. A moment after he finished speaking, he turned and flew away, instantly hiding in the dark nebula. Then, Soaring Feather quietly glanced at Divine Dream. With a gentle wave of her sleeve, her body turned into rainbow-hued feathers that disappeared in a swirl. It was only when the two God Kings vanished that Emperor Sakya was able to let out a long breath of relief. His taut nerves slowly relaxed. Senior Divine Dream. Emperor Sakya looked towards Divine Dream. With his age, it was correct for him to refer to her as a senior. Return to the Heavenly Palace before discussing anything further. Divine Dream simply said. Her figure flashed and she flew rapidly towards Mount Padala Heavenly Palace. Chapter 2055, Empyrean. At this time, Lin Ming was still within Famon's body, completely unaware of everything occurring outside. He had already forgotten the passing of time, forgotten himself, forgotten all. He had used a full 3 months to extract the power of demons from the flesh and blood essence of Famon, constantly absorbing and digesting it. Like this, his mortal body turned blood red as it was baptized in waves of energy. The power of divinity and demons had condensed above Lin Ming's head, forming a primal chaos yin-yang diagram. It shined with brilliance, making it seem as if a terrifying divine god were being bred within him. And behind Lin Ming, a giant black phantom appeared. This black phantom had a solemn and majestic face, seeming as if it dominated all of creation. Looking carefully, one could find the shadow of Lin Ming in the face of this phantom. This was the projection of the Supreme from Lin Ming's inner world. It was so massive that it stood as high as the heavens, the slightest movement of its body able to stir seas and shake mountains. Open! Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. Beams of divine light radiated outwards from between his eyebrows, shooting into the horizon. And at this moment, within his chaotic inner world, a crack appeared as it was assaulted beneath enormous impacts. In that split second, Lin Ming guided the boundless power of divinity and demons to wildly flush into his inner world. The power of divinity and demons within Lin Ming's body had been compressed to the extreme. Once this compressed power erupted, it could easily shatter planets. But Lin Ming relied on his incredibly powerful mortal body and the transcendent great Tao laws he controlled to forcefully imprison this power within his body so that it wouldn't leak out. It was like he was continuously compressing his own strength, and once it reached the limit he had all of it rush into his body in a single breath. In that moment, it was like millions of seas crashing down, breaking through a dam and surging in. Divine waves soared to the heavens and space itself was destroyed. When these energies broke into Lin Ming's inner world, they had an even broader stage to spread. The power of divinity and demons recklessly proliferated outwards, forming a yin-yang image as each side began to strike at the other. This strength was able to wash away rivers of stars. With Lin Ming's inner world as a battlefield, once a yin-yang storm evolved, even he would find it difficult to withstand. Lin Ming's thoughts focused. The giant supreme phantom in his inner world suddenly appeared in the center of these two forces. The strength of laws within Lin Ming's inner world was completely condensed in the supreme phantom. At the same time, the gray magic cube spun about, suppressing all. The revolving magic cube in his inner world seemed capable of rolling over all laws, incomparably heavy, as if a great world had come smashing down. Underneath Lin Ming's efforts, an incredibly delicate node appeared in his inner world. It wove together Law Dao patterns, endlessly shaking the void as it separated the power of divinity and demons. Then these two strengths took Lin Ming's supreme as the core, with a little bit overflowing and mixing together. Time passed. As the suppression continued, strands of the power of demons slowly fused with the power of divinity. This strength was all absorbed by Lin Ming's supreme. Gradually, the supreme stepped more and more into reality. At the start, the majestic face of this supreme only had the blurry shadow of Lin Ming's appearance. But then, this face seemed more and more like a true person. Black armor appeared on this supreme, its eyes became brighter, and black hair started flowing down its head. It resembled Lin Ming more and more. Finally, it seemed to become a giant incarnation of Lin Ming. Its facial features, its proportions, its appearance, everything was similar to Lin Ming. However, its temperament was highly different. Lin Ming was a human. Although he was oftentimes a serious and stoic individual, he possessed feelings. But this supreme phantom had no feelings at all. It seemed to consider all living beings insignificant, a true cold and merciless god of the world. As the supreme fully manifested, Lin Ming's inner world suddenly began to collapse. The power of divinity and demons mixed together and invisible laws spread outwards. The collapse widened. Lin Ming's inner world became increasingly chaotic. This was also what Lin Ming needed. This was the so-called breaking down all and then reforming from the beginning. The yin-yang of the universe was the same as the power of divinity and demons. Although they opposed each other, the truth was that before the Big Bang of the universe, these two forces had been completely fused together. The interactions between yin and yang combined into this complex and wonderful world. This was what ancients meant when they said one gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all living things. Of this, two represented yin and yang. Three represented the additional force that came from fusing yin and yang. What Lin Ming wanted to do now was imitate the Big Bang of the universe, to break apart the instinctual shackles of the laws and create a miracle of his own. This was a decision that originated from Lin Ming's extremely profound understanding of the heavenly Tao. Although it seemed dangerous, it was in fact the right decision. Like an ancient universe being annihilated, Lin Ming's inner world also began collapse. The most fundamental law marks scattered through this chaotic world like sparkling stars. More and more marks appeared. Some were dark like black holes, some were light like shining great suns. Finally, when the last bits of the power of divinity and demons crashed into each other and dispersed outwards, Lin Ming's inner world finally completely collapsed, turning into an incomparably vast grand mist chaos. It resembled the mist from the moments when a universe was being born. In that infinite mist, only those dark and light law marks continued to shine. Gradually, massive tracts of those dark marks began to mix with those light marks like yin and yang, forming a wonderful harmonic equilibrium. In that moment, an incomparably great power of rules surged outwards. The chaos within this inner world began to return to clear brightness. Continuous mountain ranges of laws formed in great waves rose up on endless seas. The power of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth mixed together in harmony, creating world-shaking changes. In this instant, Lin Ming spread out his arms in the void. The surrounding essence energy of the world began flowing towards him. His eyes opened and light flashed out from his pupils. Brilliant light shone on his face. He opened his mouth and yawned, his breath like white clouds in the shape of dragons, soaring into the distance. He reared back his head and let out a long cry, his voice echoing into eternity like an endless thunderclap. At this time, the towering Supreme had formed an incomparably huge body. Its eyes hung high like the sun and moon, shining down upon the world. It emitted a terrifying aura, as if it carried the heavens on its shoulders. This world seemed to tremble. Beneath Lin Ming's dazzling figure, everything seemed to be shrouded in darkness. It was like all of creation was submitting to him, and being king of this world was only his background. This was because at this moment he was the supreme ruler of this universe, an Empyrean. Lin Ming had finally stepped into the true Empyrean realm. The moment Lin Ming became an Empyrean, the enchantment he arranged around himself was broken apart. For a time, the beautiful sounds of the great Tao sounded out into the skies. A terrifying divine light washed through the dark nebula, shining upon the human fleet. Everyone, whether they were inside their spirit ships or not, saw this marvelous spectacle. It was like their spirit ships had been penetrated by this divine light, becoming completely transparent. They all saw that massive supreme phantom standing within the world, on par with the heavens. Could this be? This is the phenomenon of Lin Ming breaking into the Empyrean realm? As the Empyreans of Mount Padala Heavenly Palace saw this phenomenon, all of them flew out from the Heavenly Palace. The scene of Lin Ming breaking into the Empyrean realm was simply earth-shaking. It was at least 10 times or 100 times greater than any one of them. Besides the Empyreans, the world kings, holy lords, and other martial artists of the 9 divine shifts were struck by this phenomenon. They all hurried out of their spirit ships in droves. These people only saw endless world origin energy gather, forming a giant yin-yang vortex. And in the center of this vortex was clearly the shadow of a person. His figure was blurred in the storm, but at this time, this blurry figure contained a magical charm. As all the martial artists saw him, he became a brand that marked itself into their hearts, forever unable to be destroyed. That shadow is Lin Ming. How terrifying! In front of this terrifying majesty, not to mention holy lords and world kings, even Empyreans felt their minds shake with awe and fear. And at this time, the giant yin-yang vortex that swept through the world became increasingly fierce. Who? All laws submitted, the infinite variations of the great Tao resonated. Within this yin-yang vortex, Lin Ming was recklessly absorbing the power of the heavens and earth into his body. Laws shine in space. A golden bridge formed across the skies, shooting into Lin Ming's forehead. This was the source laws of the Azura Heavenly Tao, its brilliance seeming as if it were capable of surmounting all lies and illusions. A giant black and white wheel appeared, fusing into Lin Ming's dantian, seeming as if the doors of life and death could be seen in them. This was the source life and death laws of the Holy Scripture, one of the highest great Tao laws of the world. Dragons of thunder and dragons of flame appeared from deep in the universe. They roared and dove into the power of thunder and fire in Lin Ming's body. Every arc of lightning, every wisp of flame around Lin Ming seemed to develop a mind of its own, instinctually manifesting into dragons of flame and thunder that played around him. Myriad laws swelled towards him, connecting into his body and weaving together in his inner world. This great Tao evolved, floating in his inner world and making the great Tao rules of his inner world ever more perfect. Within this inner world, spiritual power was so thick and rich it flowed like water and gathered into rivers and seas. Within these lakes and seas, golden scales sparkled, turning into true dragons that galloped around. These were but a few of the innumerable phenomena occurring within Lin Ming. And not too far away from Lin Ming's breakthrough location, two figures stood in the starry void and watched all of this occur. These two people were Soaring Feather and Astral Vault. This is the phenomenon of Lin Ming breaking into the Empyrean realm. Soaring Feather looked at the giant yin-yang vortex, her complexion earnest. Beside her, Astral Vault parted his lips, his throat twitching. He looked at the giant vortex and said after a long period of time, "What energy is that?" "I do not know." Soaring Feather shook her head. Even though Soaring Feather and Astral Vault were both true divinities, they still couldn't see through the power of divinity and demons, because this strength had already surpassed their cognition. Chapter 2056, The Restriction of the Nine Stars. Let us go over and take a look. As Soaring Feather spoke, the yin-yang vortex swept outwards, growing increasingly large. It already covered a 100,000-mile region and was able to cover an entire planet. This phenomenon is truly special, this brat. Astral Vault God King huffed out. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Lin Ming's phenomena when he broke through the Empyrean realm were far greater than his own. Generally speaking, the phenomena of an Empyrean breakthrough were a manifestation of the laws that the martial artist cultivated, or the types of energy they used. This was because when a martial artist broke through to the Empyrean realm, the laws they cultivated within themselves would sublimate, becoming a part of the heavenly Tao. Of course, the heavenly Tao was divided into higher and lower divisions. There was the heavenly Tao of a great world and the 33 heavenly Taos, and even more beyond that. An Empyrean's heavenly Tao only consisted of a small portion in which they specialized, and that part would manage to achieve a lower standard of the heavenly Tao. However, this was terrifying enough. It meant that when a martial artist became an Empyrean, they were able to break free from the shackles of mortality, becoming sanctified, becoming the true ruler of a world. Within the three great cultivation systems, every one of the 33 heavenly Taos revealed a different phenomenon. Astral Vault God King could be considered a person with vast experience, but he had actually never seen this phenomenon that was occurring around Lin Ming, nor was he able to recognize it. And at this time, a change occurred. In that incomparably large yin-yang vortex in the air, energy raged and the heavenly Tao laws gathered. Layers of thick clouds grew, every wisp of the dark cloud woven together with profound Tao patterns. These Tao patterns were multicolored and magnificent, incredibly deep and seeming to contain the vicissitudes of time within them, as if some unknown divine God had carved the years inside so that they would shine on for eternity. Tao patterns revolved and the sound of the flowing great Tao echoed through the air, sounding like countless mountains colliding as it resonated with the world. Just this flowing Tao rhythm shocked the mind, capable of scattering one's divine soul. The surrounding observers all felt a tremendous pressure on them. As more dark clouds gathered, the beat of thunder sounded from within, as if some unparalleled divine king was smashing battle drums within. These Tao patterns finally wove together in the dark clouds and formed into crimson thunder. This crimson thunder contained overwhelming infernal energy. Accompanied by the boundless great Tao laws, it howled over Lin Ming's head. Waves of thunder beat in the skies, every wisp of lightning as thick as a mountain as they tore through the star territory. Sonic waves of the great Tao continued to ring, like the original sound of the universe itself, the bell of twilight that deafened the ears. Heavenly tribulation. When a martial artist breaks into the Empyrean realm, they must experience heavenly tribulation, and now it has arrived. It contains the true sounds of the great Tao and is interwoven with the judgment of thunder created by the laws. The many martial artists present felt just how terrifying this heavenly tribulation was. Most of them were the elites of humanity, and they knew that when a martial artist broke into the Empyrean realm, their laws would sublimate, rising to the will of the heavenly Tao, and their incarnation would also become the ruler of a world. This was a challenge against the heavenly Tao, thus they had to experience heavenly tribulation. However, amongst humanity, Empyreans came around once every several 100,000 years, thus only a minor number of those present had witnessed other Empyreans crossing their heavenly tribulation. The tribulation clouds became increasingly rich and gloomy. Everyone could feel how horrifying the energy contained in these dark clouds was. Many young martial artists couldn't withstand the pressure and began breathing in great heaving gulps, and there were even some martial artists with weaker cultivations that began streaming with sweat, finding it nearly impossible to stand. However, no matter how difficult it was, no matter how much they suffered, they stubbornly endured, their eyes staring unblinkingly towards the far-off tribulation clouds. This was Lin Ming crossing heavenly tribulation, an event you wouldn't even see in 100 million years. In the past, when martial artists broke through to the Empyrean realm, they would invite all their good friends and comrades, including even their own disciples, to attend this grand ceremony. To young martial artists, this was a rare lucky chance. This was because when an Empyrean crossed heavenly tribulation, the great Tao law would descend. For young martial artists, this was a mental baptism that would provide them with great inspirations, clearing their minds and hearts. The true sounds of the great Tao continued to circulate. Let alone the juniors of the younger generation, even the Empyreans felt a faint pressure in this environment. As for Empyrean Vast Universe, Lon Xin, and the others, goosebumps had risen all over their bodies. As they looked at these tribulation clouds, even they were gaining enlightenment. To an Empyrean, the laws they cultivated were mostly settled, thus they comprehended slightly less. Those that truly profited were world kings and great world kings. Their cultivations were higher than the juniors, and their understandings of the heavenly Tao were also more profound than the juniors. As they respectfully listened to the true sound of the great Tao, they all felt as if their bodies were being washed through by the clearest spring, their Tao understandings being smashed by countless hammers, becoming even stronger and more durable. In particular, before this heavenly tribulation, some great world kings that were close to breaking into the Empyrean realm seemed to hear countless supremes whispering the secrets of the great Tao into their ears. Some puzzles that had long plagued their cultivations and had formed walls suddenly showed signs of loosening. Because of Lin Ming crossing heavenly tribulation, the skies above the originally confusing road to becoming an Empyrean seemed to open up, shining down light that illuminated the path forwards. This was an inestimably valuable great lucky chance. Thus, many world kings went wild with happiness, all of them wishing they could dive into those tribulation clouds. Of course, those tribulation clouds were too terrifying. If they really did rush in, then they would instantly disintegrate into ashes. This brat. He has drawn down tribulation clouds of the 33 heavens. That is the highest level of Empyrean heavenly tribulations, and looking at it, it seems to possess the most terrifying kind of power. Astral Vault God King thoughtfully said. Soaring Feather God King's response was much slower. With Lin Ming's current strength, it would be strange if he didn't bring down 33 heavens tribulation clouds. These tribulation clouds are terrifying, but it is unlikely to affect him. Rather, this will be his chance. He will borrow this heavenly tribulation to temper his body and consolidate his foundation. That would be the best choice for him. Listening to Soaring Feather's words, Astral Vault's face darkened. When a new Empyrean crossed heavenly tribulation, this was a lucky chance for those observing. But the greatest beneficiary was of course the new Empyrean themselves. The more terrifying the heavenly tribulation was, the greater the lucky chance. When Astral Vault compared the scale of the heavenly tribulation clouds he summoned in the past, he knew they were much worse than Lin Ming's. This left him with a strange taste in his heart. At this time, beneath the divine might of heavenly tribulation, every inch of Lin Ming's skin began to shine. Basked in endless light, he was like a great sun floating in the skies. No matter how mighty the heavenly tribulation was, it didn't seem to affect him, he didn't even bat an eye. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Heavenly tribulation approached. The power fermenting in the clouds became increasingly terrifying. At this time, an Empyrean that lacked sufficient skill would have already challenged the tribulation clouds ahead of time. No one believed Lin Ming lacked skill. Thus, he would wait until the heavenly tribulation clouds fermented to their limit before he fought them. It's almost at the limit. It's finally about to start. By now, the tribulation clouds in the skies had expanded to several 100,000 miles, covering this entire region of the star territory. The energy contained within was saturated to the limit. Although more and more heaven and earth origin energy gathered, it was a tiny amount compared to what was already there. According to previous experiences, heavenly tribulation was about to begin. At this point, let alone the juniors, even Emperor Sakya, Dark Demon Monarch, and the others all held their breath, their concentration completely focused on what was occurring. But below the tribulation clouds, Lin Ming still hadn't started preparations to withstand the heavenly tribulation. He didn't even look up. All of his attention was focused on absorbing the mystical power of laws to further stabilize his inner world. Within the chaos, the energies of Yin and Yang seemed to evolve into all living creatures. The light and clear power of divinity soared into the skies, condensing into auspicious clouds that lingered about. The heavy and thick power of demons sank to the ground, forming blood-red continents that stretched towards infinity. The surrounding laws became increasingly condensed and perfect. Suddenly, Lin Ming's eye flashed open. His eyes seemed to contain pitch-black chaos that swallowed all. Even when lower Empyreans saw him, they felt their minds shake, as if their divine souls would be dragged in and absorbed. Seeing Lin Ming's aura finally erupt, everyone held their breath. The vast and overwhelming momentum of this heavenly tribulation was simply unprecedented, whether it was in the past or present. It was hard to imagine just what scene would occur when Lin Ming crossed heavenly tribulation. But at this time, another change occurred. Lin Ming breathed thunder. With a bass roar, the surrounding galaxy shook. A vast aura rose from within his body. Wisps of starlight gushed out from every pore, forming mystical runes in the air. These runes transformed into chains that waved back and forth within the boundless dark heavenly tribulation clouds. What is he doing? Seeing this, some human martial artists couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, finding it hard to respond. Just as everyone was puzzled, marvelous fluctuations of the great Tao rules appeared in the heavenly tribulation. Small swaths of starry space began to appear from within those dark clouds. This was a breathtaking sight. From those obviously thick tribulation clouds, part of them was actually turning into starry space. 9 titanic stars appeared, exuding the aura of the great Tao laws. Their starlight fell upon Lin Ming, bathing him. This is... Everyone peered deeper in. They could see that these 9 stars seemed to be imprisoned and locked in by chains that twined about them like red dragons. These chains emitted an irresistible mystical strength that blocked the divine light of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace so that the stars couldn't move. This is the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This is. Many of the human martial artists present were vastly experienced individuals, so they naturally recognized the 9 stars of the Tao Palace immediately. But the one with the most profound understanding was in truth Astral Vault God King. At this time, what people paid attention to were not the 9 stars of the Tao Palace themselves, but the dark red chains that bound them. From their far-off point of view, these chains appeared extremely slender. Compared to the incandescent stars, the chains seemed insignificant. However, the divine spiritual light woven into them caused the mind to shake. This is. In Mount Potala, Great Limitless Buddha's wizened eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Great Limitless Buddha was already old. Although he was a peak Empyrean, in terms of strength he was much worse than Emperor Sakya. However, he possessed an incredibly rich trove of knowledge. As he saw these dark red divine chains, the first thing that came to his mind was the 9 stars of the Tao Palace that was swallowed by famine 3.6 billion years ago. In truth, famine didn't swallow the 33 heavenly Tao laws. Rather, it had swallowed the destiny that linked humanity to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the causal relationship that connected the two. And this sort of swallowing was actually a type of laws unto itself. These laws wove together into divine chains that locked away the starlight, causing it so that human martial artists couldn't be illuminated by the starlight of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Because of this reason, ever since 3.6 billion years ago, the human martial artists that cultivated the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had nearly gone extinct. So that's what it is. Divine Dream muttered. Within her normally quiet and placid eyes, ripples appeared, showing just how difficult she was finding it to compose herself. At this moment, she finally understood just what sort of relationship bound together famine, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and the 9 divine shifts that the good fortune Saint Sovereign desired to change. Chapter 2057, Break Past the Martial Song. After famine swallowed the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the starlight was locked away by the divine chains, so it was naturally isolated from humanity. Then, where did all this starlight that should have been humanity's go to? Divine Dream suspected that it had all been swallowed by famine. In other words, famine had swallowed the destiny that originally belonged to humanity and turned it into its own destiny. The light of the 9 stars that should have fallen upon humanity was transformed into famine's energy. Then, the good fortune Saint Sovereign swallowing the 9 divine shifts should be a similar situation. Not only did the good fortune Saint Sovereign wish to utterly destroy humanity, but he also wished to swallow humanity's destiny, turning it into his own. Humanity's current strength was already weak enough. The good fortune Saint Sovereign would first strike out at humanity and slowly eat away at them. In the future, once he was powerful enough, he would extend his tentacles to the Spiritas and also swallow the destiny of their race. At the end, the good fortune Saint Sovereign might even use famine to take over the world. Thinking of this, Divine Dream felt just how heavy the ambitions of the good fortune Saint Sovereign were. At the same time, she also worried about Lin Ming. Since he caused the divine chains that blocked the 9 stars of the heavenly Tao to appear, did he plan on cutting them apart? To cut apart the order of the heavenly Tao, this was no minor matter. The one doing so would have to bear the sanction of the heavenly Tao, spurring on heavenly tribulation. Now, within this star territory, heavenly tribulation had already formed above Lin Ming's head. But Lin Ming didn't try to cross this tribulation now and instead chose to use this moment to face the 9 stars heavenly Tao. This was an extremely dangerous choice. All the human martial artists held their breath. At this time, only a small number of Empyreans knew what he was doing, most people weren't sure what was occurring. As everyone couldn't help but ask, at this moment they saw Lin Ming shoot up into the skies, tearing through space. His body emitted resounding crackling sounds, as if mountains and rivers were breaking apart, as if planets were collapsing. He drew out the Black Dragon Spear. The Black Dragon Spear seemed to condense the heaviness of a great world. Endless Tao patterns wove together on the surface of the spear shaft, looking like a black dragon that soared upwards. Blood-red scales with a cold metallic luster appeared on Lin Ming, as if something were trying to struggle from the depths of his body. At this moment, Lin Ming had used the power of the Azura blood. At the same time, 5 Dao palaces opened up within his body. These 5 Dao palaces corresponded to the power of the 9 stars in the sky, faintly forming the divine brilliance of order. Lin Ming's speed increased with every moment. In his eyes he no longer saw surging tribulation clouds, but only those divine chains. The black dragon spear slashed out, cutting down on those chains as if it would rip apart the world. In that moment, an all-swallowing divine light covered the surrounding endless space. Beneath the pall of this divine light, even Empyreans were forced to close their eyes. As for the younger generations, they were long since unable to withstand it. Draw back! People cried out in alarm. Human rulers formed protective true essence shields to shelter the young disciples as they rapidly retreated. Many people were faint of breath and nearly fell down where they stood. The black dragon spear collided with the divine chains in the divine light. Yet, it was strangely silent without a single sound. Even so, people could see the endless runes being destroyed and the impact shockwaves rushed out like a raging tide in all directions. Shwa! The void in front of Lin Ming was cut into countless fragments by the tide of energy. As for those blood-red divine chains, cracks began to appear within them under Lin Ming's assault. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Everyone watched as the divine chains that sealed away the 9 stars of the Dao Palace turned into fragments of starlight as they thoroughly disintegrated. The 9 stars of the Dao Palace were released from their confinement and began to shine ever brighter. That endless starlight fell upon Lin Ming's body, fell upon all the martial artists of humanity. At this moment, every human martial artist could feel their blood vitality starting to race beneath the shimmer of this starlight. Some martial artists who had cultivated body transformation laws and even some martial artists who had opened the 8 inner hidden gates felt all of their blood energy seeming to condense in their bodies, becoming a billowing rocket that desired to hurtle towards the heavens. This is the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. The strength of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, I felt it. Some martial artists uttered with shock, completely filled with disbelief. When human martial artists cultivated the 8 inner hidden gates, in truth the main reason they did so was because they wanted to open the gate of opening and enhance their own perception. As for the true gate of life and gate of death, and the even higher 9 stars of the Dao Palace, they had never considered it. This was because cultivating the 9 stars of the Dao Palace was restricted by the heavenly Dao rules, and required a titanic level of resources, an amount that not even Empyrean Holy Lands were able to withstand. Moreover, the chance of success was near zero. After all sorts of reasons were added together, and especially since cultivating the body transformation system didn't provide benefits that were too heaven-defying, very few people chose to dual cultivate essence and energy. It was simply far too difficult a road. If it was said that some martial artists only faintly felt the strength of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, then Lin Ming was completely bathed in this starlight, undergoing a baptism of the 9 stars. When those divine chains broke, as the one who broke them, Lin Ming directly faced the 9 stars. The endless starlight fell onto him like a gushing waterfall, bathing him. This was the starlight accumulated over 3.6 billion years. Although famine had swallowed this starlight, the 33 heavenly Daos were incomparably huge to begin with. No matter how strong famine's laws of swallowing were, it was impossible for him to swallow all the starlight. Because of the restriction of the divine chains, after the light of the 9 stars accumulated year after year, it had undergone a qualitative change. As this starlight violently poured into Lin Ming, his mortal body began to be reborn as his muscles and marrow were washed. Beneath the divine light, his skin, skeleton, muscles, organs, everything became completely translucent. The 5 Dao palaces within his body recklessly absorbed this divine light, becoming increasingly grand and complex. If the Dao palaces within Lin Ming's body were comparable to the imperial palace of a mortal, then after constantly growing, it had already turned into something like Divine Dream Heavenly Palace or the Good Fortune Saint Palace. After lifting the shackles upon the heavenly Dao, Lin Ming obtained the greatest advantages. The Dao palaces that were suppressed within his body suddenly became several times more powerful. Their surging power was no longer blocked from Lin Ming's body. It was like his flesh and blood blended with the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, becoming a part of his instinct. At this moment, Lin Ming could feel his strength wildly grow. It was already difficult to measure with numbers alone. Without a doubt, 3.6 billion years ago, when famine swallowed the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, it had suffocated humanity's body transformation system, making it impossibly difficult to train in. But if one could be like Lin Ming and break through the chains of the heavenly Tao even when that path was blocked, forcefully opening up the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then once those divine chains were lifted and the connection of Lin Ming's mortal body with the 9 stars of the Tao Palace restored, then the body transformation system strength he possessed would far outstrip anything that human martial artists were able to attain in the past. In the world of martial arts, the deeper the price, the greater the profit. Now that Lin Ming had paid so much to break past the 9 stars of the Tao Palace in the past, his harvests were that much greater. The light of the 9 stars was simply too vast. Lin Ming's body had long been fully saturated, and it was difficult for him to continue digesting all this starlight. But at this moment, without any hesitation, Lin Ming compressed this infinite starlight and thrust it into his limbs. Bang! Lin Ming's arms and legs were flooded with energy. His blood vessels stuck out like earthworms, nearly blowing open. And in the skies, amongst those 9 great stars shining up high, one of them shined with an incomparable brilliance, like a dawning sun. For one of those stars to turn into a blazing sun, all of the martial artists present were shocked. What is happening? Someone cried out in alarm. That is one of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the martial song star. An Empyrean who understood the laws of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace slowly whispered. Although humanity's inheritances concerning the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had been lost, there were still Empyreans who had peered through ancient records concerning them. Within the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the martial song star was the one that corresponded to war and slaughter. It was diametrically opposed to the merciful song star. The Tao Palace that the martial song star corresponded with was the martial sovereign Tao Palace, also known as the cardinal direction Tao Palace. The heavens had 4 extremes: east, west, south, and north, the 4 directions that led to the ends of the world. Humans also had 4 extremes. They were the arms and legs. They were the limbs that allowed humans to walk, work, fight, live. They were the limbs that were related to all movements. When essence-gathering system martial artists fought, they could manifest the laws within their inner world and manipulate the power of the world. But when a body transformation system martial artist fought, they relied on their 4 limbs. These 4 limbs seemed simple, but the truth was that they were the ultimate manifestation of a body transformation system martial artist's combat strength. Thus, the martial sovereign Tao Palace was an extremely important Tao Palace within the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Once opened, a martial artist's bodily strength would increase several times over. Woo! 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 Stars trembled. Starlight surged. The martial song star shined bright in the skies, open and honest, yet bringing with it a terrifyingly suppressive feeling. Every martial artist could feel an extremely tyrannical momentum from within, an unbending strength. The martial song star was a brave star, one decisive in killing, one that roamed the world without fear. Of the 9 stars, it wasn't just the martial song star that was a brave star, but it was the one filled with a firm and straightforward meaning. The martial song star shined and starlight fell down. Lin Ming felt the strength within his arms and legs, the saturated starlight, being compressed without end, as if a smoldering volcano were ready to erupt from within him. Martial sovereign Tao Palace, open. Lin Ming pushed against the starlight, firing towards the martial song star. With his incomparably formidable accumulations and the momentum from just breaking into the Empyrean realm, Lin Ming compressed the power of this starlight to the limit. But at this time, blood-red divine thunder fell onto Lin Ming's body. Bang! Lin Ming's body shook. The moment the blood-red thunder struck him, his speed slowed and blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. He paused, staring into the skies like a hawk. He saw that the tribulation clouds of the 9 heavens had already condensed to a terrifying degree. Moreover, the surrounding light of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace also seemed to gather towards the tribulation clouds. The tribulation clouds had yet to reach their most potent stage. However, the heavenly tribulation was already impatient to descend. Chapter 2058, Heavenly Tribulation Tempering Body. The thunder of the highest 9 heavens savagely howled. It was only now that people discovered their eyes had been focused on the Martial Song star, but because the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had appeared, the tribulation clouds were beginning to experience a heaven-shaking change. That heavenly tribulation was no longer in the form of dark clouds, but was now a golden lake that rippled outwards. Endless streams of the great Tao surged in this lake, breathing a terrifying divine thunder of heavenly tribulation within. This divine thunder came in crimson, gold, purple, and an even more terrifying rainbow hue. That 7-colored thunder was bizarrely peaceful. Just by looking at it, one's soul seemed to fall into illusion. This is a variation change in heavenly tribulation. As Senior Lin is crossing heavenly tribulation, he severed the divine chains of order and touched the heavenly Tao laws once more, causing the power of the heavenly tribulation to be even more terrifying. How can anyone withstand such horrifying heavenly tribulation? At this moment, the complexions of many human martial artists changed. Originally, what Lin Ming faced was the highest level of the 33 heavens tribulation, and now that it changed, even a peak Empyrean would be smashed into ashes. If a normal Empyrean were beneath these clouds, let alone crossing this heavenly tribulation, they wouldn't even be able to stand. Lin Ming was their spiritual leader. In terms of prestige amongst the human race, he even surpassed Divine Dream. If any accident were to happen to Lin Ming, the consequences would be unbelievable. In Demon Fairy Palace, Xiao Maxian's heart was gripped. Standing beside her, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan also had worried expressions on their faces. This pressure was far too horrifying. Even though they were within the Empyrean force field set up by Xiao Maxian, they still felt it suffocating to breathe. Qila! Another bolt of thunder came chopping down. Lin Ming stood still. At this time, the starlight gathered unto his body reached an unprecedented peak. He looked up, staring at the increasingly strong heavenly tribulation that approached. Firming his mind, Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear and hurtled into the crimson tribulation clouds. Lin Ming! Xiao Maxian cried out in alarm. The human martial artists were also shocked. From far away, everyone saw Lin Ming's tiny figure rushing into those terrifying and roiling tribulation clouds that represented the might of the heavens and earth. This scene became something that eternally fixed itself into the hearts of those present. The more one approached tribulation clouds, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation was. This was tantamount to provoking the heavenly Tao itself. He is using heavenly tribulation to temper his body and force out the limit of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace within his body. Soaring Feather said, her eyes shining with brilliance. And beside her, Astral Vault had an ugly complexion. This method was simply far too crazy. Piki Paka! In that instant, endless arcs of thunder fell down upon Lin Ming. Blinding beams of divine light lit up the world. From afar, Lin Ming seemed to have become the only existence within the heavens and earth. Beneath the brutal barrage of thunder, Lin Ming's body was covered in blood. He roared out, "Martial Sovereign Tao Palace, open again." Even though he was interrupted by heavenly tribulation the first time he tried to open the Martial Sovereign Tao Palace, Lin Ming paid little heed to this. He ignored the heavenly tribulation and impacted upwards a second time. Since heavenly tribulation had entered his body, Lin Ming would simply use the power of this heavenly tribulation to further temper his body, allowing the Martial Sovereign Tao Palace to open even more thoroughly. Kacha! Lin Ming's mortal body seemed as if it would explode in that instant. Beneath the limit of strength, Lin Ming felt a terrifying power of thunder gather into his already burning arms and legs. In these places it was like 4 doors were rumbling as they were being pushed open. The power of starlight was compressed in his limbs, interweaving into an eternally glorious Tao Palace. This Tao Palace was the martial sovereign Tao Palace. As this Tao Palace that represented the ultimate martial strength appeared, it was soaked in that violent and fierce thunder. Thunder smashed into the temple, hardening it and making it shine even more radiantly. Divine thunder could be used to refine weapons. Now, Lin Ming was using the thunder of this heavenly tribulation to hammer upon his newly formed Tao Palace. In that moment, the strength within Lin Ming's body reached a new peak. With a punch, he could crush the void. With a kick, a river of stars would tremble. He had finally opened the sixth Tao Palace. In that moment, the power of divinity and demons born within Lin Ming's inner world began flow out, surrounding the six Tao Palaces like a rising tide. The six Tao Palaces released a mystical strength. Tao patterns floated atop the chaotic energies surrounding the Tao Palaces and joined together like continuous mountain ranges, forming a marvelous fused state. The two yin-yang powers of divinity and demons represented the most extreme origins and had no conflict at all with these six Tao Palaces that represented the strength of the heavenly Tao. With this strength as a medium, the six Tao Palaces began to swirl around in the yin-yang tide covered with Tao patterns. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly reached out his hand. The power of laws converged. High in the skies, the chains that imprisoned the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were grasped in his hand. These divine chains were already cut apart by Lin Ming. The spirit mark of Famine's soul had already been refined by Lin Ming, but the source laws still existed within, incredibly powerful. For the last 3.6 billion years, these divine chains had imprisoned the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and had undergone a baptism of infinite starlight. They gathered the essence of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace heavenly Tao. Without hesitation, Lin Ming smashed these divine chains apart and directly fused them into his body. The crushed chains turned into countless tiny law fragments that gushed into the 6 Tao Palaces. These divine chains had been able to imprison the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Now, they turned into silk threads that connected the 6 Tao Palaces within Lin Ming's body. For a time, it was like a similar bloodline was forged into the 6 Tao Palaces within Lin Ming's body. These 6 Tao Palaces originally resonated with each other and now they began exchanging energy, rapidly merging together. The 9-star Tao patterns of these 6 Tao Palaces wove together, overlapping against each other, embedding into each other. This sort of fusion was a true fusion of the great Tao. Divine spiritual power harmonized as one. But at the same time, they still maintained a kind of independence, retaining their true source strength of the great Tao. It could be said that this was a transformation of the great Tao's strength, a sublimation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As these 6 Tao Palaces sublimated, Lin Ming opened his Davic eye. He thought that his acupoints were open like gates and immortals lived within them, reciting chants of the great Tao. All of these feelings allowed his heart of martial arts to climb to new heights. Some obscure things he encountered in his road of cultivation also seemed to open up, as if the fog in front of them started to clear away. Climbing, Lin Ming's momentum soared into the skies, continuing to climb. As he blinked, infinite galaxies seemed to be destroyed in his pupils, and worlds seemed to form and evolve. This sort of scene already surpassed that of an Empyrean. It was an evolution of the highest great Tao. As these 6 Tao Palaces fused together without a single gap between them, blood began to burn like divine flames, shooting up into the heavens, transforming into true dragons and true phoenixes that cried and roared. The great Tao laws hummed as if they were all submitting themselves to Lin Ming. Seeing this sight, the low-level martial artists were unsure what was occurring. But as for the Empyreans and God Kings present, they were stunned speechless. Then, before they could tell what changes were occurring within Lin Ming's body, Lin Ming's figure suddenly flickered. He grabbed the black dragon spear and fired himself into the 33 heavens tribulation clouds once more. This time, Lin Ming pushed forwards with unstoppable momentum, as if he would break through the heavens. After being provoked by Lin Ming again and again, that raging heavenly tribulation was like fire with oil poured onto it. It became increasingly murderous and ferocious as it swept down. This was no longer arcs of thunder, but a golden sea woven together by endless divine thunder. Lin Ming roared out loud and the black dragon viciously slashed out. Chi-La! The vault of the heavens seemed to be torn asunder. This spear chopped the golden sea of thunder in half. One split into two. Lin Ming devoured this vast power of thunder in great gulps and continued rushing forwards with irresistible force. This time, Lin Ming's goal was the 33 heavens tribulation clouds. Tribulation clouds were the most concentrated form of heavenly retribution as well as the most terrifying existence. Since ancient times, when Empyreans crossed their heavenly tribulations, they had no choice but to dread these tribulation clouds. But at this time, Lin Ming was rushing towards these tribulation clouds. Lin Ming didn't hesitate, he slashed out his spear once more. This spear was wrapped in the great strength of the 6 Tao palaces as well as an unsurpassed heart of martial arts that seemed as if it would step above the 33 heavenly Taos. Chi-La! It was like a universe-tearing strength erupted. In everyone's shocked gaze, the 33 heavens tribulation clouds that represented the highest rules of the heavenly Tao were actually split apart by Lin Ming. His spear broke through the tribulation clouds. A human Empyrean cried out in awe. And Soaring Feather and Astral Vault were even more shocked. As peerless powerhouses who had withstood the baptism of heavenly tribulation before, they were profoundly aware of how terrifying these 33 heavens tribulation clouds were. But such tribulation clouds were forcefully shorn apart by Lin Ming. This strength was simply far too horrifying. Chapter 2059, Battling the Heavenly Tao. The moment the tribulation clouds were torn apart by Lin Ming's great strength, the deep golden lake emitted a vast and bass roar. This was the thundering of heaven. A gap appeared in the golden lake and a divine sword seemed to chop out, overflowing with the golden light of the great Tao. As this golden great Tao appeared, it aimed straight at Lin Ming. The golden lake began to shine with a blinding light. War chariots drawn by golden thunder dragons seemed to gallop out from the river of time, hurtling their way towards Lin Ming. Standing on each war chariot was a divine god in golden armor. Their faces were without expression and their bodies flooded out with boundless killing intent, as if this entire part of the universe had turned into a bloody battlefield, filled with slaughter and death. Each chariot was marked with countless scars. Every trace exuded a shockingly violent and brutal aura, as if they bore testimony to every war since ancient times. Could this also be heavenly tribulation? How come there is no thunder but legions of golden war chariots? Many human martial artists were shocked. They had never seen nor heard of such heavenly tribulation before. Amitabha, these are war chariots manifested from the power of heavenly retribution. Great limitless Buddha looked up towards the heavens, his complexion earnest. His long white eyebrows trembled. Those atop the war chariots should be ancient divine spirits. In the legends there are peerless characters of the 33 heavens that went to war for endless years. Afterwards, although they eventually died in the endless river of time, when they crossed their heavenly tribulation they were remembered by the heavenly Tao. Now, even after they died and their mortal bodies turned to dust, they have cast down an immortal Tao foundation that was not destroyed but instead kept within the heavenly Tao. If I'm not wrong, then those golden war chariots and those golden divine spirits should be phantoms of those ancient peerless characters, and they are now being brought into reality by this heavenly tribulation. Hearing the words of great limitless Buddha, many human Empyreans' complexions changed. After these ancient peerless characters died, their phantoms were left behind in the heavenly Tao? Although they didn't know who these phantoms once were, what they knew without a doubt was that out of all them present, besides Divine Dream, none of them had the qualifications to leave behind their phantoms in the heavenly Tao. Although these heavenly Tao phantoms were not the true bodies and perhaps they only contained a tenth of their strength from before they died, or maybe even only a 20th, but these were all once dreadful characters capable of flipping over the 33 heavens. With so many gathered here, this was truly terrifying. Many of them had likely killed true divinities before. Facing these heavenly Tao phantoms, Lin Ming didn't hesitate nor did he feel fear. He stepped forwards, the black dragon spear grasped in his hands. Behind him, the 6 fused Dao palaces of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace began to fill Lin Ming with infinite strength. A boiling fighting spirit burned through his blood. Even if an ancient peerless powerhouse were to truly stand before him, he would still remain fearless in his desire to fight them. As he rapidly flew upwards, his back split open. A fierce suit of bone armor like that of an abyssal emerged from his body, piercing through his black clothes. He stepped through space, shooting upwards like a bolt of thunder, his entire body from head to toe emitting an overwhelming momentum. The black dragon spear emitted an excited cry, howling like a black dragon as he flew to the heavens. The golden-armored divine spirits remained without expression. They drew out golden halberds and rushed towards Lin Ming. The moment the black dragon spear clashed with those war halberds, beams of spear light shot out, swallowing the surrounding vastness of space. Space seemed to solidify. In the boundless world, it was like only the black spear remained, blocking out the entire space. Gotcha! The golden war halberd was directly smashed to pieces. Even that golden-armored giant's arms fractured. After the black spear broke through the golden war halberd, it pounded down upon the ancient divine spirit's armor. In that moment, the armor blew apart. The golden-armored giant was crushed into an endless rain of light by the black dragon spear. Bang! Bang! Lin Ming broke into the group of golden war chariots, his black dragon spear singing its own epic. With each spear strike, with each clash with the golden weapons of the ancient divine spirits, a heavy sound would echo through the heavens and earth. It was hard to imagine just how much strength was behind these collisions. Pang! Another golden-armored divine spirit was shattered to pieces. Lin Ming was an incomparably fierce war god, treading forwards with unstoppable force. However, there were simply far too many ancient divine spirits surrounding Lin Ming, still over 20 of them. When Lin Ming killed 2 of them, a golden-armored divine spirit managed to stab its halberd into his back. Black scales broke and blood sprinkled down. The human martial artists felt their hearts skip a beat. However, before they could cry out in alarm, they discovered that the spear of this ancient divine spirit was only able to pierce halfway through to the halberd head. Lin Ming's mortal body was like a piece of the toughest divine iron, unable to be shaken. Pang! Lin Ming turned his hand and smashed the head of this golden-armored divine spirit. The golden-armored divine spirit shook and fell downwards. At the same time, the flesh on Lin Ming's back began to wriggle, regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, the wound had already stopped bleeding. Lin Ming had opened 6 Dao palaces of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, and one of them was responsible for managing the recovery and restoration of flesh and blood, the Natal Life Dao Palace. After opening the Natal Life Dao Palace, even if he were to sever an arm or a leg, he would still be able to grow another one. Even if a 3-foot-long gash were to be torn open in his skin, rapidly regenerating wouldn't be a problem either. His wound recovered. Even after being sneak attacked by a halberd, he managed to turn and smash the other's head. Seeing this scene, all of the martial artists were left dumbfounded. This method was simply far too fierce, it scared one silly. While being attacked, he forcefully withstood it without problem and then struck back with a life-reaping attack. Lin Ming was powerful to begin with, and coupled with such a fighting method where he didn't even seem to care about his own safety, just who could fight against him? But at this time, Lin Ming started his battle with the golden-armored divine spirits once more. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Golden ripples spread out, carrying with them the boundlessly mighty force of laws. Another golden-armored warrior was destroyed by Lin Ming. Lin Ming brutally killed a path open in the numerous ancient divine spirit phantoms and rushed into the golden tribulation clouds. Bang! Lin Ming slashed out his spear once more, chopping down on the surface of that golden lake and causing giant golden waves to rise up. The monstrous slaughter energy accompanied the boundless great Tao laws, condensing around Lin Ming. In the tidal waves of thunder, every bolt was as thick as a mountain, tearing open the world without end. The true sounds of the great Tao rose up, as if they were the sounds from the origin of the universe. They rang like bells from the primordial chaos, awakening the mind to unknown truths. Ancient divine spirits, pond of heavenly thunder, true sounds of the great Tao. Divine Dream muttered to herself as she watched Lin Ming submerge himself in lightning. All sorts of heavenly tribulation phenomena manifested around Lin Ming. To other martial artists, this would have been a fatal judgment of the heavenly Tao, but to Lin Ming this was a great stroke of good fortune. Nearly half of the golden-armored divine spirits had already been cut down by Lin Ming. But at this time, Lin Ming barraged the Golden Lake without end. Strike after strike, the Black Dragon Spear became a dancing dark dragon that tore through the tribulation clouds. With every explosion of golden waves, they turned into countless law fragments. Most of these law fragments sprinkled into the endless starry space, but a great deal was still absorbed by Lin Ming. During this continued onslaught, the golden tribulation clouds became increasingly pale. The highly concentrated energy no longer took the form of a lake, but turned into layers of fog. This fog continued to disperse. As Lin Ming soaked within it, it became dimmer with each passing second. He recklessly swallowed and absorbed the heavenly Tao laws. Around him, divine spirits of the heavenly Tao were slain one after another. In the midst of this slaughter, Lin Ming's scales were shattered and his entire body drenched in blood. His flesh continued to regenerate and the power of the heavenly Tao continued to weaken. These ancient divine spirits had nearly all been killed off by Lin Ming. Seeing this, the Empyreans and God Kings present were speechless. They had also once experienced heavenly tribulation, but the way in which they crossed their heavenly tribulations was to wait for the heavenly tribulation to cast down its energy while they passively withstood it and underwent their baptism of heavenly thunder. But Lin Ming had killed his way into the highest heavens, waging war against the heavenly Tao. Such a crazy procedure was nearly suicidal. But Lin Ming relied on his inestimable war strength to succeed. After he crushed apart all of the ancient divine spirits and the thunder of heavenly retribution, he absorbed the power of the heavenly Tao. Everyone knew that at this moment, Lin Ming had already perfectly crossed his heavenly tribulation. This was the moment he truly became an Empyrean. Chapter 2060, Facing God Kings. Starlight splashed down like water. This star territory of the hidden dragon galaxy was flooded with endless great Tao law fragments, the vestiges of heavenly tribulation. All martial artists here could feel these faint and yet unimaginably vast laws of the highest order. In the highest heavens, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had gradually hidden themselves away and the tribulation clouds also scattered. All that was left over were golden bubbles that floated in the void. They were like endless golden pearls that came both small and large. Lin Ming had already put away the Black Dragon Spear. As he stood in the void, his eyes were closed and his long hair danced around him. At this time, as he stood within this world, he had a completely different feeling from before. In Lin Ming's eyes, this world was no longer the same. After breaking into the Empyrean realm, as Lin Ming looked upon the world, he had a feeling as if he could understand everything before him. If the universe was compared to a landscape, then before Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm, he could be considered as standing on flat land and looking outwards. Although what he saw was beautiful, it was ultimately limited. But after breaking into the Empyrean realm, Lin Ming seemed to stand atop a tall building, looking down at the world before him. His field of vision was broader and he could see much more clearly, everything reflected in a panoramic view in his eyes. And this tall building was the heavenly Tao laws. Beneath an Empyrean, all martial artists were suppressed by the heavenly Tao laws. After becoming an Empyrean, a martial artist's laws reached the height of the heavenly Tao. This was the same as standing atop that tall building. Lin Ming didn't speak. He quietly perceived this feeling of awareness after breaking into the Empyrean realm. This sort of sensation left him feeling intoxicated. Every strand of laws in the surrounding space shivered. He clearly saw them all around. With just a thought, he could easily control these laws. However, compared to Lin Ming's calmness, the human martial artists were already burning with excitement. Lin Ming was the person who humanity had placed all their hopes in. And now, he had finally broken into the Empyrean realm. This is too terrifying. That heavenly tribulation just now was simply invincible in its might, yet such a horrifying heavenly tribulation was withstood by Lin Ming. Perhaps Lin Ming can already contend with the God King. That's right. Not just that, but he even severed the shackles of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. I can already feel the strength of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. Although the road is still blurry and muddled, I feel that if I truly continue down this path, I really might be able to step into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. A body transformation martial artist brimmed with elation. He understood just what Lin Ming did when he severed those divine chains of order. To humanity, this was a great blessing. In reality, the majority of the divine chains that bound the 9 stars of the Dao Palace were still in Famine's main body. If they could be completely severed, thoroughly releasing the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, then this would enable all human martial artists to freely cultivate them. At this time, within Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Divine Dream stood tall, like a goddess fallen to the world. Her clothes floated about her and her eyes shimmered with extraordinary radiance. She was born with a calm and indifferent personality, like a pool of water that had never experienced waves. In particular, ever since humanity's great calamity occurred, Divine Dream had yet to smile. But because Lin Ming perfectly broke into the Empyrean realm, she suddenly felt ripples spread through her heart, making it hard for her to maintain her composure. As for Empyrean Vast Universe, Emperor Sakya, Tobague, and the others, they weren't as restrained. All of them had long since been buzzing with joy. Ha ha! Great! Empyrean Vast Universe laughed. Amitabha, wonderful, wonderful. Great Limitless Buddha recited Buddhist mantras, his hands gathered together as he slowly twisted his Buddha beads, a gentle smile on his face. And at this time, on the side of the saints, Astral Vault God King and Soaring Feather God King were quietly looking at Lin Ming from not too far away. They had personally watched as Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm. This brat! Astral Vault God King gloomily said. He felt pressured. Besides those that controlled the universe, such as the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign and the Soul Emperor, Astral Vault God King had never thought he would feel such pressure from someone else, especially a junior who hadn't even lived for 10,000 years yet. Although he didn't think that Lin Ming possessed combat strength that surpassed his own, just this unprecedented aura meant that it wouldn't be too long before he was surpassed. Soaring Feather floated beside Astral Vault, her white clothes swirling about her. Her entire being seemed to blend into the heavenly Tao. At this time, she was looking at those endless golden bubbles that remained after the tribulation clouds of the highest heavens dissipated. She was silent, no one knew just what she was thinking. Then at this moment, strong winds appeared in the skies. A giant golden vortex formed around Lin Ming. Those endless golden bubbles began to roll towards him like sparrows flying back to their nest. Lin Ming took a long breath and stretched out his body. Those millions and billions of golden bubbles sank into his body, vanishing from sight like snowflakes falling into the sea. But as more and more golden bubbles submerged into Lin Ming, his body began to shine with an all-powerful light, as if he were a dawning sun. As Lin Ming soaked in this golden divine light, he truly seemed like a divine god that had descended to the world. It was hard for others not to prostrate themselves in worship to him. This light continued for a quarter hour before slowly fading away. Everyone knew that this light was the final brilliance of the heavenly tribulation's great Tao laws. Now, all of it had been absorbed by Lin Ming. These laws were the highest laws of the 33 heavens. Besides Lin Ming himself, no one knew just how great his harvests were. Not even Astral Vault knew, all he could do was watch on with greedy eyes. Starlight sprinkled down and black clothes whipped in the wind. Lin Ming fell down from the highest 9 heavens. His every action and movement caused the surrounding laws to ripple. All orders given must be enforced, his body moved the laws themselves. Lin Ming. As Lin Ming fell back down, Xiao Moxian couldn't help but call out to him. She was already extremely excited, and beside her, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and the others were also watching with bright eyes, as if tears would fall at any moment. They were able to see the man they loved most become the hero of their race and his achievements be glorified by countless people. Just what else could they ask for? Ha 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 ha. Lin Ming, from this day forth, humanity's destiny will experience a great reversal. Emperor in vast universe laughed as he spoke. Lin Ming, you have always been a legend, but in the past your legend would only have been able to be passed on for 1 billion years. However, from this day on, your legend will continue onwards for 10 billion years. Dark Demon Monarch highly praised. Just what sort of concept was a 10 billion year legend? 10 billion years ago, the entire 33 heavens had been filled with life and martial arts civilization blossomed throughout like bright flowers, a golden age of prosperity. In that era, countless peerless ancient proud sons of heavens had appeared. They fought against each other, fought against the heavens, fought against fate, but in the end they all faded away in the endless dust of time. Only the existences like the Azura Roadmaster and the creator of the Holy Scripture, Immortal Sovereign, were able to preserve their legends. And the reason they managed to do so was because they each separately created the Azura Road and Akashic Dream Universe. Because of these two lands of inheritance, countless martial artists had obtained massive advantages from within for the last 10 billion years. Thus, the legends of the Azura Road Master and Immortal Sovereign were passed down and continued. Therefore, the words of Dark Demon Monarch were the same as placing Lin Ming at the same height as Immortal Sovereign and the Azura Road Master. This was a terrifying appraisal. Many rulers of humanity came forwards to congratulate Lin Ming. For a time, the sounds of congratulations and well wishes lingered in the air, as all of the human martial artists jubilantly celebrated. But then, a cold voice sounded out, "Lin Ming, I indeed haven't misread you." Lin Ming looked up. A peerless woman in white clothes stood not too far away from him. She was Soaring Feather God King. The atmosphere quickly chilled. All of the cheerful human martial artists suddenly stopped talking. Everyone looked towards Soaring Feather God King together, all of them on high alert. "Ah, boy, I acknowledge that you are strong, the strongest Empyrean that I have ever seen, but so what?" From behind Soaring Feather, Astral Vault stepped forwards and faced Lin Ming. Although his tone of voice was arrogant and proud, he was vigilant. It was clear that he had truly regarded Lin Ming as worthy, or at least an opponent who possessed great potential. "I have already foreseen that you are a dragon in a pool. Over 6,000 years ago, I was not able to kill you. I likely missed my best chances to eliminate you, and probably my only chance." As Soaring Feather God King spoke these words, the human martial artists all glowered at her. In particular, Xiao Moxian hatefully glared at Soaring Feather God King, so angry that her teeth itched. That's right, it was because of Soaring Feather God King that Lin Ming's life or death was uncertain for over 6,000 years, causing her heart to remain broken for all that time. But Lin Ming's complexion remained indifferent. He said, "You represent the interests of the saints and I represent the interests of my race. In war, there has never been right or wrong to begin with. Over 6,000 years ago, you missed your chance to kill me, but in the future I might not miss the chance to kill you." Lin Ming's words were light, without any killing intent. Soaring Feather didn't respond, but Astral Vault actually scowled. "You crazy boy. Do you really think I can't do anything to you today? You can try," Lin Ming said without fear. After fusing the 6 Dao palaces of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace and also absorbing the countless great Dao Law fragments of the 33 heavens, his blood had long since been boiling over. It could even be said that he desired to fight a true divinity to test the limits of his strength. "Ha!" Astral Vault God King sneered and his body erupted with killing intent. In truth, he also knew that he would have to fight around with Lin Ming, otherwise it would have been impossible for them to simply come and leave. If others knew that they came and watched the show only to immediately scurry away right afterwards, wouldn't they be made the jokes of the world? People would only think that he, the great Astral Vault, was afraid of Lin Ming. Astral Vault couldn't bear to have such a misunderstanding. He wanted to fight Lin Ming frontally. Although with Divine Dream here, there was no way he could kill Lin Ming. But he could still show off his momentum and suppress Lin Ming's arrogance before walking away. Only like that would he be able to maintain his honor. But at this time, Soaring Feather God King reached out a hand and blocked Astral Vault. "What are you blocking me for?" Astral Vault God King said, frowning. Soaring Feather God King didn't respond to him. Rather, she turned to Lin Ming and said, "Where is my apprentice fairy Blue Lotus? Hand her over." Lin Ming faced Soaring Feather and didn't agree or refuse her request. Rather, he asked, "If I hand her over, what conditions can you use to exchange?"